Wait a minute. This isn't right. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me? You should be able to. Hopefully I'm not too loud. There's a giant gap in the bottom right of the screen. Hang on, that's not right. It's not a surprise. If it's a surprise Telefang stream, it's a surprise to me too. Finally able to watch a full imported cheese streaming. This was probably going to be a couple hours, so hopefully you can be here for the full thing. Hang on, I have to fix this giant gap. I think I know how to do this. Yup. Okay, there should no longer be a giant gap. Although this is kind of wrong. Hang on, if I go to... I think I hold Alt? Okay, there should no longer be any gaps. Okay. Holy crap, I've just looked at that, and the first move on there I saw is Frenzy Plant that I've never heard of. Well, you're not missing much, I'll tell you that. Okay. Here we go. Alright, so I am rested. I went to sleep at 10 p.m., so even though I woke up at 6 to get all this stuff ready, I am rested. I am ready. Sorry that the channel itself has been really inactive for the past pretty much month. I've been dying. I actually did die a couple weeks ago. So, really, I'm just a ghost tethered to this world until I reach 50,000 subscribers. Please subscribe. To give you an idea of how busy I was, last month, as in like month of May, I did 80 hours of overtime. So, I'm glad that's over. Let's talk about some Pokemon. Okay, so, how do we do this? Well, we've done Ghost good type, that's true. Ghost, honestly, they should kind of nerf it. It's a little bit too good. Can I actually close this? I can't. Ooh. It doesn't quite fit. There we go, okay. I've got the tears on my eyes. Right, so I should make sure that the audio is okay. So, does this seem okay? Seem to be missing 9 moves. The shadow moves from the GameCube games are very important. Oh, I didn't add them. Sorry. I guess we'll talk about that. The fact that they're not in there, but I mean, they are here. I'm not going to talk about them. There's so many of them, and they all basically amount to bad, and you should purify your Pokemon. So, I guess that's what we'll say about them during the list. They also only exist in Colosseum and... what's the other one? XD, but... I mean, we're not gonna... we're mostly talking about the mainline games, right? It's about moves added in Gen 3, and how they function in the series overall. Who plays Colosseum anyway? Well, we will be, because Colosseum tier list is coming. They were actually towards broken. Maybe the XD ones. Put them in the Shadow Realm. Maybe Gen 9 would be better, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I wouldn't either. Unfortunately, I can't actually add things to these lists. I guess I could try just making like a placeholder one. I'll just say the shadow moves are not being ranked. We'll maybe talk about them when we actually do the Pokemon Colosseum tier list. How about that? Put a lot of Xehanort saying darkness in the edits. Okay. Alright. Enough delaying. I'm going to drink this coffee and then we're going to get started. Colosseum tier list, it's coming, guys. It might not be the next one, but there's like not that many Pokemon, so it'd probably be pretty easy. Game Freak makes a good game? Why would they need to? They've got the Pokemon brand. I mean, when was the last time they made a good game? A decade ago? Gen 5? The coffee looks remarkably well like whiskey. It's not. Okay. Let's get started, huh? I titled this stream well. Yeah, knockoff is I already have the intro for the premium planned, and I mean, I know what move is being featured. Okay, it's knockoff. it's knockoff. Okay, here we go. So welcome everybody to the stream. This is the Pokemon Gen 3 moves tier list. If you've never been part of one of these moves tier list streams before, or any of the imported cheese fresh live streams, I'm gonna have to be doing quite a few retakes throughout because I want to make sure that I have clean takes I can use for the premium edits. So I ask for your patience and understanding. How would I phrase that? Please understand if I have to just repeat things, even though you know what's going on. So sorry, I'll just apologize in advance for that. But let's go ahead and get into the list. So we have to start with just the premium intro, right? So that'll take me about like 30 seconds. So just a second here. Hello there! You are watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Generation 3 moves tier list. If for some reason you would like to see the full live stream, you'll find a link to that in the description. Messed that up. Whoops. Hey there! You're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Gen 3 moves tier list. If for some reason you would like to see the full live stream, you'll find a link to that in the description. Please subscribe to the Imported Cheese Fresh channel. We are getting close to 1,000 subscribers, at which point we get that juicy monetization. Oh! And more importantly, the ability to add emotes. We can't do that yet. Please help. It's nothing but budget Onyx. That's probably fine for the premium intro. Okay. Go ryōshō kudasaimase. What does that mean in English? Who knows? Please understand. So I guess to explain the please understand thing, so like go ryōshō kudasaimase is in English it would be please understand, and you see it way more in Japanese where it's not a meme at all. It's just what you say. Alright, so I have to do this every time, but we just have to explain what the tiering criteria are. So, Generation 3, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and a lot of water. Some might even say too much water. I would actually say too much water. I don't understand why people meme on that particular IGN review, because it's true, right? There's way too much water. So let's see, how many moves were added in Gen 3? This many. I probably should have counted beforehand. I guess we can do that now, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in a row, and we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm not going to do that calculation. 8 times 13, right? Minus 1. So 103. Okay, so 103 moves added in Generation 3. So this shouldn't take us too long, right? Maybe a couple hours. Damn it, I'm late. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Yeah, the loading emote is budget Onyx. It wasn't figured out by me, but once we get to 1,000, we can actually regain the real small rock emote. Cheese is a Team Magma member confirmed. I mean, they had a way better plan. Also, hi, Richard Davis. Alright, so we gotta talk about the criteria, right? So even though this is a Gen 3 moves tier list, I'm not going to be talking about how good the moves were in Gen 3. Now, how do we do this? Ready for moves. Hang on a little bit. So, when I say Gen 3 moves, I mean how good the moves... When I say Gen 3 moves, I mean moves added in Gen 3, not how good the moves were in Gen 3 itself. So we are actually going to be talking about the moves throughout the history of the entire series. In whatever format was most... Oh, here it is. Sorry, this always takes a couple takes. So when I say Gen 3 moves tier list, I mean how good the moves added in Gen 3 are throughout the history of the entire series, not just in Gen 3 itself. And we're going to be pretty charitable, so we are going to be evaluating the moves based on whatever format they're best in. So, for example, where is it? Follow Me? Starts with an F, right? This is in alphabetical order. I added Follow Me, right? Follow Me, obviously completely useless in singles, so we're going to be considering it in doubles where it's best. We're really generous that way. That's really all we have to say for criteria, right? Then we'll just talk about the tiers. Onyx has just said all around, if we were rating about how good they were in Gen 3, Knockoff would be bad. It wouldn't be bad, it just wouldn't be the best. Knockoff was always pretty good. Strong regional Onyx when? I wonder when. I know Smelling Salt, didn't even remember it. Yeah. Section is probably a good place to know that you won't be talking about shadow moves. Oh yeah, we'll probably mention that here. Following meta defining for doubles? Yeah, okay. If you're a big Gen 3 fan, you might notice that there's quite a few moves missing from the S section. Notably, all of these shadow moves. There's a lot of them. They're only available in, I would say, both Coliseum and Coliseum XD, but really it's only Coliseum XD, because Coliseum had only Shadow Rush. We're not going to be talking about them today because they only exist in spin-offs, but we will be talking about them if we ever do a Coliseum tier list, which, spoilers, we will be doing. When? No spoiler on that, because not even I know. There we go, there's your shadow stuff. No, we'll add one more thing. For now, you can just consider the shadow moves as being in the shadow realm, which we will not be venturing to today. There we go, ready for the premium. Bonnie, was base 20 power about knockoff? Yeah, but the important part about knockoff is not the base power. It's that it removes your opponent's item. The fact that it also kills them is a bonus. That is really dumb. I gotta make sure that I'm not behind on the chat. So there's always way more people in the move and item tier list, so I gotta make sure I'm not falling behind. I'm just in awe that it's soon to be Gen 9 and Onyx has never received a buff. I mean, Steelix is pretty good. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tier list is going to be rough. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. If it is, it's going to be like when this is my full-time job, because I have to actually play the game again. I only played Mystery Dungeon 1 once, like 12 years ago. The base power buff in Gen 6 is kind of wacky. I mean, yeah, wacky is one way to describe it. Okay, I think we're ready to start, right? We just got to talk about the tiers, right? So, quick rundown of the tiers themselves. At the very tippy top, we've got meta defining. These are the strongest moves of all time, and they define whatever meta they're a part of, whether that's singles, doubles, or maybe in-game. Then under that, we have staples, one of my favorite types of office supplies. And these are moves that are typically the best of their types, and just very, very solid go-to moves that you would probably use if you had them in your learn set. Then under that, we have filler. These are sort of just your... Well, okay. Then under that, we have filler. These are just sort of your stopgap moves. You use them if you have nothing else. These are... One way to think of this is like Tackle, for example, from Gen 1. I did not put in bad because you would actually use Tackle if you don't have anything else, right? It's a filler. Then under that, we have niche moves. I wouldn't necessarily say these are worse than filler moves, But these are for moves that have a very, very specific use. Otherwise, they would be bad. And moves that are bad, I would just say, like, don't bother using them. They really, you can rack your brain, but I don't think you're going to be finding much use for moves in bad. But maybe you can. I couldn't. Sorry. Alright, did I miss anything? Hopefully not. Let's see what happened in the chat. Mystery Dungeon tier list. QQ. I mean, you're going to be waiting a real long time. There's going to be a ton of lists before an actual Mystery Dungeon tier list. I'll tell you right now, the first spin-off tier list we're going to be doing is Colosseum. Skitty number 1 in Mystery Dungeon tier list. I want Love Disc too. We got a Love Disc Evo. Just doesn't evolve from Love Disc. Conquest tier list? Ooh. Conquest tier list. R.I.P. Rhyperior. It's so bad. Like, Rhyperior. Conquest Rhyperior might be one of the worst Pokemon of all time. It is. We'll do a little bonus right now, just to talk about how horrific Conquest Rhyperior is. So, very quick rundown. In Conquest, Pokemon only have one move, right? You can't actually choose it. Each species just has a move. For Rhyperior, it's Rock Wrecker, and Rock Wrecker is even worse in Conquest than it is in the main games. So, just to quickly talk about how horrible Conquest Rhyperior is. So, first is movement speed. Movement speed is really important, like, it's how far you can move. Most Pokemon have a movement range of 3 or 4. Rhyperior has a movement range of 2. Its move is Rock Wrecker. Rock Wrecker cannot hit adjacent Pokemon. You can only hit a Pokemon that is at least 1 tile away. I don't know why, but you can't even hit adjacent Pokemon. And Rock Wrecker has the 1-turn recharge. It's so bad, guys. Like, it is unholy. Like, I feel dirty just talking about it, which is why we're going to stop talking about Conquest, and we're going to start talking about Gen 3 moves. It is horrific. Alright, did I miss anything in our lead-up? I don't think so. So, we've talked about, we did the premium intro, we talked about the criteria, and we talked about the tiering, right? So I think we can just start, right? Am I missing anything? I'm counting on you guys to keep me honest here. I don't think we're missing anything, right? It's the Arden of Pokemon Conquest? No way, because Arden at least has the meme factor, right? Like, he's kind of fun to use. Is Pokemon Conquest better than Pokemon Birthright? You already know it is. Yeah, Birthright is awful. Let's go? Yeah, okay, I think we've stalled enough. Okay. Nah, Yoshimoto is worse. Yoshimoto, the bug dude with Fortress? Yeah, but you don't have to use Fortress, right? So I don't actually think he's worse. Just don't use Fortress, bro. Just like, don't actually use Rhyperior with, oh my god, I know his name. Shingen. Lots of people in the live stream. I don't want them to leave. How many people? I don't actually know. Ooh, that's a lot of people. Okay. Yeah, alright, I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Let's go. Alright, no more Conquest talk for now, although, you should go play Conquest. Alright. Let's rank some moves. Starting with Double A, Aerial Ace. So Aerial Ace has a So Aerial Ace, if you're confused about why so many Pokemon learn this move who seemingly shouldn't learn a flying move, like for example, Diglett, it's because this actually has to do with slashing. It's a sword technique called Tsubame Gaishi, which means reversing swallow. It's just a downward slash and then an upward slash. It's also a Final Fantasy XIV samurai move, Tsubame Gaishi. Very cool. It's a 60 base power flying move. with upside, and the upside is that it has no accuracy check, right? It just always hits. And because this happens to be exactly 60 base power, it's not going to be in filler. It's going to be probably at the very bottom of staples, because if you are Technician Scyther, you really like this move. It's not actually bad at all. During your in-game playthrough, if you have no other options, you might actually use Aerial Ace. But if you're Technician Scyther, this is actually like one of your best moves. Pretty cool! Wow, that's a lot of text. Easy filler? No. A+ move, Swallow Cut, max airstream moment, Air Slash! Aerial Ace is pretty cool, fantastic in-game. Slashing does not explain Diglett. It's true. It's a filler move, but honestly, I'll use it too much. Dual Wing Beat is now better than Aerial Ace. That's true. You used to before Dual Wing Beat. Old Cheese viewers remember that Cheese's moves will make more sense in Jap. That's true. Guys, believe me, all the double team. Oh my god, I can't keep up with the chat. Although it doesn't, Technician Dual Wing Beat is better. Okay, alright. Alright, I guess nowadays you would actually use Dual Wing Beat. Alright, I guess we should redo this so that it's not too embarrassing. Okay. Okay. Bottom of staples for max airstream, but you wouldn't use this with max airstream, right? We'll probably put it at like top of filler, right? I'll just redo that whole thing. As you can see, this tier list might take a while. I hope you guys are I'm too big. The chat surpasses my ability to comprehend. We'll just we'll redo that whole thing. So Dual Wing Beat has 90% accuracy, and it's true. We'll mention that as well. Okay. It's probably going to be top of filler, is what it's going to be. Alright, so we are going to kick the rankings off with double A, Aerial Ace. And if you're wondering why a bunch of Pokemon that have nothing to do with flying actually managed to learn this flying type move, it's because it's a cutting move. So in Japanese, it's Tsubame Gaichi, which means reversing swallow, and it's a downward cut followed by an upward cut. I actually made a whole video about moves like this, shilling for myself. It's a Final Fantasy XIV samurai move as well, where they didn't even translate. They just called it Tsubame Gaichi. Why does Diglett actually learn this? I don't know, man. But it's a 60 base power flying type move. And the upside is that there's no accuracy check. It always hits. And previously, if you were Technician Scyther, you would probably use this as one of your best moves. But nowadays, you would just use Dual Wing Beat. Although, hey, Dual Wing Beat has 90% accuracy, while this has infinite accuracy. So is Dual Wing Beat actually better? Yes. So Aerial Ace, I think it's probably going to end up being a very high filler move, because quite a few Pokemon actually get Aerial Ace, and if you don't have any other options, I mean, yeah, you'd probably use it for some coverage. Sure, it's fine. Aerial Ace, more like Aerial, pretty good. Not quite Ace level. Alright, what am I missing? Niche at least. Dual Wing Beat, staples. I loved me a good Aerial Ace in Gen 3. It's a staple for just one Pokemon, I'd say. It doesn't get out of filler. Stable for normal gameplay, honestly. Unlike Shockwave, no immunity for Aerial Ace. Meta-defining. Okay, I think you're being a bit too generous. Chronos Crit animation is Aerial Ace. Oh, that's cool. Oh, maybe I'll put that in the premium. The Scyther Cry makes me realize that Caesar is so much better. Okay. Quick quiz. What's Scyther's Japanese name? It's Strike. Can you... It's... Oh, that's good. Okay, Real Ace. Yeah, alright. Quick quiz. What's Scyther's Japanese name? It's Strike. Did you know that Pokemon came out in the 90s? Yeah, it's literally Strike. Anything else about Aerial Ace? I think we covered everything, right? JP Pokemon names are so interesting. We are going to be doing a Japanese Pokemon names tier list. I think it'll be pretty interesting. And we'll have tiers that are, you know, just like good names, then literally Japanese, literally English. Because, like, half of them are just Japanese words or English words. Lizardon? I'm telling you, Lizardon is actually kind of good. And I will be defending the Japanese name of Charmeleon, which is literally lizard. But that's a different list. We're here to rank some Gen 3 moves. Alright, next. Air Cutter. Okay. I messed that up. Alright. Next. Air Cutter. Okay. Super filler, right? So Air Cutter is a special flying move, I believe 55 base power, with a high crit rate. Why would you ever use this over Air Slash? You wouldn't. Unless, of course, you don't have Air Slash, right? And I'm predicting it in the chat. I know it's coming. Miguel is going to tell me about how Lugia actually used this on like a calm mindset because it didn't actually have Air Slash and it wanted more PP than Aeroblast. So I guess for a very brief moment of time, if you were using Calm Mind Lugia, you would actually use Air Cutter instead of Air Slash. And anywhere outside of that context, you're just really sad that you don't actually have Air Slash. Yeah. Pretty underwhelming, but I think... Oh, okay. Was it not Miguel? Somebody was going to tell me about Air Cutter Lugia. Am I just crazy? Stream Edge! Better than Air Slash. Well, this is a stream. Do any good Technician Pokemon get it? I don't think so. Is Air Cutter... Am I, like, insane? Is Air Cutter Lugia not a thing? I guess not. Oh, it's 60 base power. Hang on, Air Cutter. Oh, it is 60 base power. Well, okay. So I guess it's actually kind of better than... Oh, wow, okay. Well, we gotta redo that. As you can see, this is gonna take a while. Whoops. Do any good Technician Pokemon get this? No. No. Is Air Cutter Lugia in the room with us right now? I don't think so. Oh, it got buffed. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it did get buffed. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. It did get buffed. Okay. Yeah, it's still gonna be filler. Okay. Okay, so... Air Cutter, okay. So, it's a 55 base power special. A flying move with a high crit rate, and it eventually got buffed to 60 base power. Wow. Yeah, I think it's overall a little bit worse than Aerial Ace because there's no TM, so it has much worse distribution. And also, nobody actually uses Air Cutter, right? It's pretty underwhelming. There's no Technician Pokemon that really want to use this. Compared to Aerial Ace, I think it's actually, like, better if you learn it, but you probably don't learn it, right? I mean, I would rather have the higher crit rate as compared to the, I guess the infinite accuracy boost. But, I mean, 95 accuracy almost always hits. I guess you'd use it in Legends Arceus is kind of okay, right? If you don't have any other options, but overall, Air Cutter is not very exciting. Definitely a filler move. You replace it with Air Slash the instant that you get it, if you do get Air Slash. Air Cutter will never make the cut to anything past filler. Pretty sure it was on Zapdos. Oh, was it Zapdos that used it? Air Cutter's just flying Razor Leaf. A few Pokemon with Super Luck actually get it. Yeah, okay, alright. Like, several people in chat have already said it. Air Cutter! It just doesn't make the cut. Not too exciting. I think that's everything for Air Cutter, right? Yeah, we're not missing anything. I think that's everything for Air Cutter. Not very good. I guess I'll just mention this now because I think people will bring it up. Just crit moves and crit strats in general suck, okay? They're just not very good since Gen 6, where even though they made it easier to get yourself 2 guaranteed crits or just high crit rates, crits only being 1.5 damage multiplier is not worth it in most cases. And by most cases, I mean all cases. Can I say that without being wrong? I think so. Okay, we will mention that. Shoutouts to Air Cutter for being one of Pidov's only options. Man, really wishing. Oh, okay, so shoutouts to Air Cutter for being one of Pidov's only flying move options for quite a while. Really wishes that it had Staraptor's moveset. So, arm thrust. Really feels like this move exists kind of out of obligation. So this is a signature move for the Makuhito and Hariyama line because it's a sumo technique, right? I mean, if you've ever played Street Fighter, you know that E Honda he's arm thrusting. This move sucks. It's pretty bad. I'm almost putting it in bad, but it might be one of your only fighting move options for a little while. It's like 15 base power multi-hit fighting move, and on average, it just ends up being really, really underwhelming. Pretty much the moment you get a better fighting move, you're going to be using that, and I mean, there's a lot of better fighting moves, right? So until you get those, you might be thrusting, but yeah, arm thrust on average is just really underwhelming. And there's no skill link Pokemon that get this. And there's no skill link or technician Pokemon that can get this and take advantage of it. And just like to be comprehensive, arm thrust. And just in the interest of being comprehensive, so 15 base power. So even if you had skill link and you hit every single time, that would be 75 base power. Doesn't sound too impressive to me. There you go. No, we're not going to put it in bad because you would use this if you didn't have anything else, right? You think Kamado uses this move? No, Kamado uses the throws, right? He's using Vital Throw. Mega Heracross uses it? No, it doesn't. Mega Heracross just uses close combat, bro. I guess we'll mention that, so I guess technically Mega Heracross is a technician Pokemon that can use this. Can use this. Won't use it. Just use close combat, bro. There you go. Alright, that's everything for arm thrust. Alright. Aromatherapy. Meganium fans rejoice because aromatherapy is strictly better than Heal Bell. Because Heal Bell sometimes, occasionally, might not actually cure the status of your own soundproof Pokemon, but aromatherapy always heals the status of your entire team. Staple move, baby! So the aromatherapy effect is the same as Heal Bell in like 95% of cases. It just removes all status conditions from all of your team members. That's a pretty good effect. Yeah. If you have an aromatherapy Pokemon, that's going to be generally a pretty big boon to your team. Nice support move. I would say staple level. Smells pretty good. Go, 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 Meganium. Best GSC starter fact. I got some bad news for you, bro. It's not actually going to be the best in the upcoming Gen 2 starter analysis. I think that's everything about aromatherapy. Did I miss anything? I think somebody is saying something about Oh, did I say technician for... Oh, I said technician instead of skill link for me, close combat. I have to redo that. Okay. That'll be real quick. Ooh, smell you later? Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good one. We'll add that. Hang on. Just... Mega Heracross is one Pokemon that has both skill link and arm thrust, but like, just use close combat, bro. Like, what are you doing? Oh, here we go. So, Mega Heracross is one Pokemon that has skill link and can use arm thrust. I said arm thrust wrong. Mega Heracross is one Pokemon that gets skill link and can use arm thrust. Can. Don't use arm thrust. What are you doing? Just use close combat. What? Easy. Okay. So, aromatherapy. The smell you later thing, right? Aromatherapy. You know, I would. So how do we do this? Because I want to put smell you later in this, right? And now people are just talking about Feraligator's really sad spelling. I guess because we mentioned Meganium. Okay, that's how we'll do it, okay. I think that's about it for aromatherapy, so you know what? I'll smell you later. But, considering how good Oh, okay. I think that's about it for aromatherapy, so we'll smell you later. No, okay. Smell you later because we'll definitely be using this move. Oh, there we go, okay. I think that's about it for aromatherapy, and we'll definitely be using this move at some point, so I guess you could say that. We'll smell you later. This is good enough. Okay. Alright, we're done with aromatherapy. We're done with 4 moves, and it's only taken us 42 minutes. Although a lot of this time was just explaining the criteria and just like getting everything ready. So stuff should be speeding up a bit. Alright, next. Assist. This has a very interesting Japanese name that also kind of explains its effect. So the name is... So the Japanese name is Neko no te, which literally means cat's hand. And it comes from an idiom, which is Neko no te demo karitai. So it literally means I'd even like to borrow a cat's hand, which obviously doesn't make any sense. So what it actually means is when you're in trouble, you basically say, I'll take any help I can get, even a cat, because cat's probably not going to help you very much, which is why this move... Nah, I messed that up, but we'll do we'll do it one more time. Assist. Very interesting Japanese name, Neko no te, which literally means cat's paw or cat's hand, and it comes from an idiom, which is Neko no te demo karitai, which literally means I'd like to borrow even a cat's hand or cat's paw, which doesn't make any sense. But what it like actually means is when you're super duper busy, you'll accept help even from a cat, and the cat, spoiler, probably not going to help you very much. Which is why it makes sense that this move is awful, except in Gen 5 where it was actually banned. So what does this move actually do? So what it does is it randomly pulls a move that one of your other Pokemon knows. Like the Pokemon that's not actually using Assist. Seems horrible. And it is horrible, except for the Giga Cheese in Gen 5, because what you would do is you would set up entry hazards, and then what you would do is you would use this on Liepard, who had Prankster. So Prankster gives all of your non-attacking moves priority. Assist is a non-attacking move, so you get +1 priority. And then, because you're using a phasing move, like Roar or Whirlwind, which normally has -6 priority, through Assist, instead of -6, it's actually +1. So you would actually just spam these phasing moves and very, very slowly, like paper cut your opponent to death through like infinite, endless priority hazard damage. Absolutely miserable. So for it, so in honor of the brief, I won't say beautiful, brief, horrible moment where that cheese was possible, we will give it a niche placement. Other than that, it's bad, because why would you ever use this? Alright, what did I miss? Assist. One of the main reasons Prankster got nerfed so hard. Yep. Assist is wacky due to Prankster letting Pokemon using Roar priority in early gens. Yep. It's ironic given Dive Cats a strong niche for sure. What about Dive Dig Assist Cats? Literally meta defining because they had to change how the move worked. I mean, they changed it really quickly. All the cats in chat are really disappointed. I thought it has limitations. It does have limitations that they added later. It was a signature move, the Skitty line, the most dangerous line. I remember I used Gen 5 Contrary Spindas and a Smeargle with V-Crate and it was broken. I mean, even getting... okay, we'll mention that, but it's not good. Assist outside of that and Dive Cats is fully bad when the cheese was pasteable. Also, invincible Dive Dig strats. Okay, Prankster, Assist, Dig, then slower second turn for immunity. Okay. Doesn't Drowsy get this as an egg move for some reason? That's kind of... Does it? We can take a look at that. Assist. Does Drowsy actually get this? Yeah, it does. Wow. So as you can see here, a couple non-cat Pokemon actually get this through... As you can see here, a couple non-cat Pokemon actually get this through breeding. Most strangely, Drowsy, I guess. Ugh. I guess we'll talk about Dive Cats, right? Yeah. And of course, we can't talk about Assist without also talking about Dive Cats. Sorry that this doesn't quite fit on the screen, but I'll just read it out to you here. So, Dive Cats. A team in Generation 5 which features Prankster Liepard and or Purloin that know Assist and are holding a Lagging Tail or Full Incense. With the only moves known by other Pokemon being moves with a semi-invulnerable turn, or moves that cannot be called by Assist. If both Liepard and Purloin are being used, they also cannot know any moves other than moves with a semi-invulnerable turn or moves that cannot be called by Assist. Typically, Dive and Shadow Force are used. Shadow Force for being unable to be hit by any move, Dive to hit normal types. This setup means that Purloin and Liepard will use the move Assist with +1 priority, which calls a move with a semi-invulnerable turn. The next turn, they move at 0 priority, since they are now using a physical move, so Prankster doesn't apply. And move last due to the held Lagging Tail / Full Incense. Repeating this process, they will wear down the opposing team and are very difficult to kill. But not impossible, because you can still hit Dive Pokemon with Surf, Dig Pokemon with Earthquake. Starting in Generation 6, Assist can no longer call moves with a semi-invulnerable turn. Players speculate this was changed to specifically prevent this strategy. However, Assist is no longer usable and cannot be selected in a battle with the Generation 8 games. Womp womp. Okay. I think that's pretty much everything for Assist. We'll just end with this lovely Bulbapedia chart that shows which moves cannot actually be called by Assist. So it's a bit confusing, but the check mark means that the move cannot be called. So you can just go ahead and take a look at this. It's mostly a lot of like signature moves, and then they made it so that the semi-invulnerable moves like Dive, Dig, and Shadow Force can no longer be called by Assist. I guess I'll redo that a bit. That's almost everything for assist. I think we'll just end with this very nifty Bulbapedia chart showing which moves cannot actually be called by assist. It's a lot of like... We'll just end with this very nifty Bulbapedia chart showing which moves cannot actually be called by assist. It's a bit confusing, but the check mark means that it can't be called. And it's basically a bunch of moves that would be really easy to cheese with using assist. So the phasing moves, Roar, Whirlwind, you can no longer call, and the semi-invulnerable moves, Dive, Dig, Shadow Force, you can no longer call. And I guess in a way, you can't even call assist anymore, because they removed it from the game. Whoops. Alright, I think we finally did everything for assist. Alright, what did I miss? Bulbapedia is still broken. Yeah, the images, unfortunately, on Bulbapedia, all the images, like, you can't actually look at. Drowsy the cat confirmed. First stream pog, welcome. Playing Kid Icarus and watching a stream is not a good idea. I imagine you have to focus on that. Kid Icarus, not the stream. Alright. Astonish! 30 base power ghost move. Chance to flinch. Physical. I would say that it's astonishing how bad this is. But I mean, we'll put it like very bottom of filler. The instant you have anything better than this, you're gonna quit using Astonish. Astonish is pretty bad. Filler. Terrible. Yeah, it only escapes bad because it's filler. 30% flinch, to be fair. I thought it was 15 BP. Was it? Did it get buffed? It might have gotten buffed. Oh, did I say 30? I guess it's 25. No, it's power 30. And it's always been power 30. No problem. I guess we'll just make that a little bit more fun because there's not really anything to talk about with Astonish, right? So we'll... Astonish! Hopefully the sound of that was okay. Astonish! 30 base power physical ghost move, 30% chance to flinch. Giga filler. Right, I mean, the instant that you have a better ghost move, you're going to use that. But if you don't, you might consider using Astonish. I don't think there's anything else to say about that. I added the bad turning animation. I just use scary face. So there's just anything else to say about Astonish? No, right? It's just a filler move. Alright. Blast Burn, the favorite move of 8-year-olds everywhere. I guess we'll also do Hydro Cannon and Frenzy Plant at the same time because they were all added at the same time, right? In Leaf Green and Fire Red. Said that in the wrong order. There's a move tutor on one of the islands that can give your starters access to Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, and Frenzy Plant. So what are these? They are Hyper Beam clones. So they suck. In fact, the only reason why I'm not putting them in bad is because you don't actually use these moves, which, like, for the moves, players only care about one thing, and it's disgusting, right? Base power. So, because Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, and Frenzy Plant have 150 base power, which is good, when you use these as G-Max moves, the G-Max move number is a little bit bigger than it would be otherwise. Wow. But in terms of actually using these moves as 150 base power moves that then give you a recharge, no. Don't do it. Hyper Beam clones are super duper bad. Because, like, the recharge turn is basically telling your opponent, kill me. And when I say kill me, I mean, like, your whole team. Because they're going to set up and then destroy you. Horrible. You should almost never, ever, 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 ever do it. You can sort of think of these recharge moves as having 75 base power over 2 turns. Really bad. Really bad. Like, what a waste of a cool name in Blast Burn. And also Frenzy Plant, I guess, is a pretty cool name. Hydro Cannon, honestly, has not made sense since Gen 3, because this was originally for Blastoise, who's got the cannons. But since then, you can give this to all of your Water-type starters, and none of them have cannons. Can't change the name, though. Whoops. Anything else? Anything you guys would like to add to these 3? I think that's fine. Clytzer doesn't get Hydro Cannon. It's not a starter, bro. Imagine the raw power of Adaptability Basculin's Hydro Cannon. Doesn't sound that good to me. I used them when I was 10, making them good. I think I said these were like 8-year-old moves. Okay, I think that's everything for the Hyper Beam clones. Okay, next. Blaze Kick. Blaziken has entered the chat. Honestly, I think this makes it to the bottom of staples as a very solid coverage move for some Pokemon that are kicking. If you can kick and you can get Blaze Kick instead of Fire Punch, yeah, you'd probably use it. It's not bad at all. I just want to double check the base power here because it's like a little bit hard to remember. Yep. 85 base power, 90 accuracy. Here we go. 85 base power, 90 accuracy, high critical hit ratio, 10% chance to burn the target. Ooh, look at those secondary effects. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'd say it's overall better than Fire Punch. I'd rather have the extra power over the 100% hit of Fire Punch. It's fine. You don't use it if you can get Flare Blitz? Well, obviously not, no. This is mostly used on a coverage move. This is mostly used as a coverage move on Pokemon that can kick, but can't get better fire moves than this. If you have access to Flare Blitz, obviously you would just use that. It's an amazing move on Charizard? Is it? I don't think so. Charizard gets Flare Blitz. So just use Flare Blitz. How many Pokemon get Blaze Punch and not Flare Blitz? I don't think any Pokemon get Blaze Punch. It's not a move. Sorry to be like pedantic like that. It's an amazing move on Charizard. Mega X? Mega X just uses Flare Blitz. Can't stay for long. Hope the stream goes well. Thank you for stopping by. I mean, as you can see, it's been almost an hour, and we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 moves. Uh-oh. I don't use Flare Blitz because of Stealth Rock? I don't know, man. I think you should be using Flare Blitz. I won't dwell too long on this, but in general, the reason why you would go ahead and use Flare Blitz, despite the fact that it hurts you, is because your enemy is going to hurt you a lot more if you don't kill them because you used Blaze Kick instead of Flare Blitz. I think it's a much better way to think of recoil moves. It's that they actually save you damage because you killed your opponent, whereas you wouldn't have using another move that doesn't do recoil. But I understand why you're averse to using recoil moves. It feels really bad to like hurt yourself that way, but I think you should think of it as actually saving you damage. Good night, Mijira. Hope everything's going well in Germany. Alright, I think we've done everything for Blaze Kick. Alright. Block! How do we talk about? All right. Block. I think functionally the exact same as Mean Look from Generation 2, so we'll put it in the exact same place as Mean Look. I think we ended up putting it in Niche. So Block prevents your opponent from switching. That's it. Unfortunately, because of the way the... Super effective on social media? Okay, yeah, alright, I guess we'll mention that. Brock? Block makes your opponent step on a Lego. Uh-oh, okay. So, block. Preventing them from switching. Alright, so, block. Functionally identical to Mean Look, which I believe we covered in Gen 2, so we'll put it in the exact same place as Mean Look. I believe we put it in Niche. So it prevents your opponent from switching, which is very close to being an insane effect, if only it activated before your opponent could actually switch out. Typically what happens when you use Block or Mean Look is you select the move, and then your opponent switches to a Pokemon that beats you, and now you're trapped with them, and then you have to switch out. So you didn't actually do anything. Whoops. Can the block effect be baton passed? Unfortunately, no longer. It got nerfed. You can't actually baton pass the block or Mean Look trap anymore. I think they stopped the trap passing, which is unfortunate. Honestly, like... Block only works on bulky setup mons with recovery or for Parastrap strats. Yeah. So honestly, block in Pokemon is... Okay, well, let's see. Talk about Funbro. We'll mention Funbro, because we also have Recycle on this list. I mean, there's a lot we can say about Block, but it doesn't actually have to do with Pokemon, right? So, like, Block, the best move on social media, right? Haha. The first gym leader of Gen 1? Oh, nope, that's Brock. Ha 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 ha. Block, I mean, makes your opponent step on a Lego. That's an Oko move. The Mega version of Block, Mega Blocks, actually worse than the normal version. You'd much rather have Lego, right? Mega Blocks are awful. Any other stupid Block jokes? Hey, welcome, Bethany. You missed aromatherapy, unfortunately. I guess useful in the pay-to-win Chinese garbage that is Pokemon Unite, but I don't want to talk about that game. And if you're thinking that it's not pay-to-win because they tweak the mechanics, you're wrong. It's blatantly pay-to-win. You can pay money and gain an advantage. Bad game. But yes, Snorlax in Pokemon Unite has Block, and it's pretty good there, I guess. Something about Rider's Block? Okay, I guess we'll add that. We also would be remiss not to mention that Block is an integral part of Funbro. And Recycle is also on this list. We may as well talk about Funbro now. So Funbro, ironically named because it's not fun. It's a Slowbro set of Block to prevent your opponent from switching. Recycle to keep getting your Lepa Berry back. Why do you need a Lepa Berry? We'll get into that. Slack Off, which is also on this list. To keep yourself alive. And then Heal Pulse to prevent your opponent from dying. Don't you normally want your opponent to die? Not this time, because Funbro is basically a way of keeping your opponent in an infinite loop where neither you nor them can die. Creating an infinite battle that is fun. For who? Not your opponent, Nor for you. Who's having fun here? I think we mentioned everything about fun, bro, right? That probably wasn't the best way to... I think that wasn't like as smooth as it could have been. So I'll do one more time. We would be remiss if we did not mention that block is one of the key pieces of Fun Bro. In fact, 3 of 4 pieces of the Fun Bro puzzle are actually on this list. We got block, we got slack off, and we have recycle. So we may as well talk about Fun Bro now. It's not actually very fun. So Fun Bro is block to prevent your opponent from switching. It is recycle to recycle your Lepaberry to make sure that you have infinite PP. It's slack off to prevent yourself from dying. And it's heal plus to prevent your opponent from dying. Why don't you want your opponent to die? It's because the whole point of Fun Bro is that it basically traps your opponent and yourself in an infinite loop in which neither of you can die. Right? You can't die because of slack off, and you'll never run out of PP and struggle because of Lepaberry constantly being recycled by recycle. And Heal Pulse prevents your opponent from struggling themselves to death. So it's basically, I have no mouth, and I must scream. But in Pokemon form. I guess they can, like, scream in the chat. And their only way out is to concede. You could also theoretically concede and end the battle, but you're the one doing Fun Bro, so you're not going to concede, right? You're a monster. Awful. So when we talk about slack off and recycle, I'll also mention Fun Bro, but that's what Fun Bro actually is. It's not actually fun. We should play some ominous music here in the edit. Don't worry, I will. Okay, I think that's it for block, right? All right. A bounce! I believe it's 85 accuracy, 85 power. Is that right? Yup. Notable for being Gyarados' best flying stab option. 25 plus years and counting, no flying moves on Gyarados except bounce. Or I guess hidden power flying back when that was physical. Very, very low staples, pretty much for the Gyarados thing, and for its use as a flying move that you can max Airstream with, because max Airstream is very good. Basically, if you're a Pokemon that's got legs and can jump, you probably get bounce, so it's got better distribution than you might think. As far as 2-turn moves go, bounce is one of the best, because the main issue with 2-turn moves is that they take 2 turns, so your opponent knows they're coming, and they can just switch to a Pokemon that can deal with it. But in the case of bounce, because of the 30% paralysis chance, it's not actually a free switch. Even if you can take the hit, you might not actually want to take the paralysis. So that makes bounce a lot better than fly, despite the drop in accuracy. I think that's everything for bounce, right? Max Airstream Magikarp, bounce to 30% chance paralysis. I did mention that. Kind of fun to have on a Azumarill. Can't it learn Hurricane? I mean, yeah, Gyarados can learn Hurricane, but Hurricane's a special move. It's just the fly at home. It's better than fly. It's definitely better than fly. Amazing in Dragon Quest. Okay. Anything else about... Okay, 1 second here, because we're glitching out here. Tier list glitches. I think it's this one. Let me make sure I'm actually... Deactivate, activate. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I did mention the 30% paralysis, right? Okay, yeah. I think that's it for bounce, right? Okay. More coffee. I talked about the paralysis chance. I talked about max airstream. Okay, yeah. All right. Brick Break. And the first message in chat about Brick Break is exactly how I feel about it. Underwhelming staple. Yeah, you're never excited to use Brick Break, but you probably still will, because it's a very decent fighting type coverage option that's on a bunch of Pokemon. So Brick Break is 75 base power, 100% actually fighting move that has the upside of shattering, reflect, or light screen. Although that very rarely comes into play, it's basically just, hey, I'd like to use a fighting move, and this is the only one I get. I guess I'll use it. I guess the upside of Brick Break is a lot more relevant since they added the really, really fun, fair, and balanced move, Aurora Veil. It's not actually fun, fair, or balanced. It's very overpowered. It does break Aurora Veil, right? If it doesn't break Aurora Veil, that's going to be big sad. I'm almost certain it does. Let's see. Brick Break can also remove Aurora Veil, yep. %90 sure it does. Well, now you can be 100% sure. It does, for sure. I think that's everything for Brick Break, right? If you have a stronger fighting move, you're just going to use that, but if you don't, you'll use Brick Break. Does the Japanese name have any significance? No, it's just Brick Break. Kawarawari. Okay. Moving on from Brick Break. Bulk up. We're getting huge. We're getting yoked. We're getting those gains. All right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. +1 attack, +1 defense. No speed drop. So in the vast majority of cases, it's better than Curse. Except in cases where you actually want to drop your speed, like say on a Trick Room team, or if you're Ferrothorn and you want to gyro both things. Yeah, very solid boosts. I mean, there's really not that much to say about this. Physical calm mind. I mean, I guess it's... We covered the bulk of this move. Okay, we'll do this a little bit more. We'll do this again because we want to say that calm mind is special bulk up. So we'll say that bulk up is physical calm mind. So we have the symmetry. Alright, so bulk up. Get those gains. Those gains of +1 attack and +1 defense, which is a really nice boost. This is physical calm mind. Overall, it's just better Curse, although not strictly better, because Curse is better when you want to actually lower your speed, as in a Trick Room team, or if you want to use Gyro Ball and your Ferrothorn. Yep. It's got kind of limited distribution, but it's pretty good if you can learn it. It's especially good on like Pokemon like Gallade, I guess, where Gallade has good special defense. So you use Bulk Up to patch up your kind of piddling physical defense and boost up your attack, and then you become very hard to kill. Yeah. Scrafty can also make pretty good use of this. Do we drink a raw egg on stream to bulk up? We can do that. Is that going too far? Salmonella gaming. I mean, not a big problem in Japan. In Japan, we eat raw eggs all the time. Do it for the memes? I guess we'll do it. I'm pretty hungry. When I was a lad, I ate 5 dozen eggs. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do it. Gaston moment? Alright, Gaston cosplay. We are doing it. Alright, 1 second. Alright, so I've been convinced. We are actually going to be bulking up on stream. When I was a lad, I ate 4... Okay, alright. We'll even do the song into it. Alright, so... I've been convinced. You can't talk about bulking up without eating some raw eggs, right? And if you're an American viewer and you're really worried, in Japan we eat raw eggs all the time. It's not that big of a deal. One of the big dishes is called tamago kake gohan, which is literally raw egg on rice. I used to eat that all the time as a kid as well. It's great. Get that thick neck. No one's neck's as incredibly thick as Gaston. Yeah, I mean, we've got... Alright, so we'll have to do the singing intro to this, right? So, when I was a lad, I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get large. And now that I'm grown, I eat 5 dozen eggs, so I'm roughly the size of a barge. Am I actually gonna drink this? I guess so. Ow. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I wouldn't do that again. One take. Oh yeah, we're talking about bulk up. Yeah, I mean, this move's pretty good. Ugh. Excellent vocal chops, thank you. And if I die, I guess you know what killed me, right? I really didn't enjoy that, sorry. I think we're done with bulk up. Oh, the egg, I mean, I didn't enjoy it either. I wouldn't recommend it. Especially if you're not in Japan, right? If you're in America, don't do that. Alright. Bullet Seed. Pew, 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 pew. Previously, pretty whatever, definitely a filler, but they decided to buff the base power to 25 a shot? Which is actually, on average, 75 base power, right? Which is not that bad. And if you have Technician, as in if you're Breloom, you are going off. Pew, 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 doing big damage. This move actually is, I think, a staple at this point. Because the average result on Technician Breloom is actually your opponent being dead, which is very nice. Yeah, if you have Technician or Skill Link, so if you're Breloom, Chinchino, or Mega Heracross, you would actually consider using this move and doing very, very respectable deeps. But up until the actual base power buff to 25, back when this was just 15 a shot, it was pretty bad. And of course, even with the 25 base power, it is still a grass move, so you're getting very limited mileage. That is true. Somebody did mention it. This is unfortunately hard countered by Bulletproof. RIP. I think the only Pokemon with Bulletproof is Chestnut, right? He resists this anyway. Oh, it was 10 per shot originally? Uh-oh. I thought it was 15 per shot. We can check, right? Oh, yeah, it was 10 per shot. Yeah, sorry, this actually used to be 10 per shot, which was even worse, but it's now fine. Oh, Hakamo gets Bulletproof too? Okay. He also resists it. Dubwool also gets Bulletproof. Okay. Wow, there's more Bulletproof Pokemon than I thought. Kamo gets Bulletproof too? Oh, okay. Sorry, this actually used to be 10 base power, so it was barely even filler. It was really bad. You got on average 30 base power of grass coverage. Ow. And against Chestnut, Dubwool, and Komo-o with Bulletproof, this does literally nothing. Does Bulletproof block Water Gun? I don't think so, because it blocks, like, orb moves, right? But we can check that just for fun. I don't think it blocks Water Gun. Nope. It does block Bullet Seed, though. Yeah, I guess the seeds are orbs, right? So that's why it gets blocked. What do I think of the new professors? I think they literally just traced Chad, right? Ridiculous. Okay, I think that's it for Bullet Seed. All right. Calm Mind. Really confusing because in Japanese this is Meiso, which is meditate. But meditate is a completely different move. So Calm Mind. It's the special bulk up, right? I mean, where do you work out? At the library. It's the worst image ever. So +1 special defense, +1 special attack. Very debatably could go in meta defining because it has way better distribution than bulk up. A lot of Pokemon are calm in their mind. A lot of very dangerous Pokemon. In fact, I think we actually are going to put this in meta defining. Crocoon was a Pokemon back in the day who was calm in their mind, and you just couldn't. You couldn't stop them. They were invincible. It's a more useful boost than you would think. It ends up making you very difficult to kill in a lot of cases. Kyogre would do this. I mean, Kyogre does whatever it wants, right? Kyogre's OP. Very good. It makes you harder to kill and makes it easier for you to kill your opponents. Good move. It's a little less impressive nowadays, but back in the day, say in Gen 3, Calm Mind was where it was at. Oh yeah, that's good to mention. Everybody okay with Calm Mind in meta defining? Calm Mind common in hot? Okay. Calm mind is so food. I mean, we already ate once on this stream. Oh, good. Okay. Call an ambulance, but not for me. On the recycle one, I spelled recycle wrong. Uh-oh. Oh, I missed a C. Whoops. Okay. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to recycle. God, the deafening silence? What? I didn't talk for like a couple seconds? Eat a book. Okay. Alright. Camouflage. I can't... Where's the next move? Oh, it's camouflage. I'm really proud of like just doing a camo background for this. It's gonna be our first move in bad. Okay, no, we'll redo that. Oh, where's the next move? I thought I did. Whoa. Really easy to overlook camouflage. I'm so proud of myself for making this one a camo background. Well, it is really easy to find camouflage because it's in bad. It's our first move in bad. This is so bad. It's so awful. So what does camouflage do? It changes your type based on the area you're in. Wow. Are you really going to spend a move slot and a turn to make yourself a monotype you can't even control? That's based on the environment? No, you're never going to do this unless you're playing that sadly very disappointing Pokemon Fire Red VR missions hack, where this was used as one of the better puzzles. This is the signature move of Starmie and Staryu? What types can you actually change yourself to? Well, let's look at a chart. So here we go, you can see this now. If you're in a building, plain terrain, or a link battle, you become a normal type, so you would never do that. In sand, you'd become a ground type. Okay. Caves and rocks, you can become a rock type. Tall grass, long grass, you can become a grass type. Okay. And in water, you can become a water type. You're already a water type. Awful. Awful! It's so useless. And this was extra annoying because I had to look up how to spell camouflage. Ugh. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if this move just stayed hidden and disappeared. Nobody would miss it. Anything else to say about camouflage? I don't think so, right? We're all fine on this. Oh, wait, you're right. But geez, that's only for Gen 3. They added new types for it later on. You're right. Here you go. Here's the current list. No. In the edit, you should make camouflage go away. Okay, I'll try. Yeah, so camouflage. Nothing to see here. Okay, I think we're done with that, right? Okay. Charge! Charge! How should we say charge? Charge. Charge! We'll say it like that. Charge! Yeah, okay, alright. So, clearly this is supposed to be the electric charge. So, what this does is it doubles the power of your next electric type move. That's what it initially did, but they buffed it. It now also raises your special defense by 1 chain. Oh, okay. Charge! Okay, so this is clearly supposed to be the electric charge. It doubles the power of your next electric move. That's what it initially did. And nowadays, it also gives you a +1 special defense boost. Ooh, so you get a benefit. Instead of just using an electric move twice, you can also get a juicy special defense boost. I mean, it's better than camouflage. What makes this move so bad is it signals to your opponent, hey, 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 next turn I'm going to use an electric move. There's a type that's immune to electric. It's bad. It's so bad. Just use an electric move twice. That way you do the same total damage. Your opponent doesn't know that you're going to use an electric move. And yeah, you miss out on the special defense boost, but you know what's one of the least important stats in the game to boost? Special defense. Awful. And you save yourself a move slot on not using charge. Skip it. I want a refund. Don't charge me. Yeah, I guess if you're actually a psychic type, what you could do is charge to trick your opponent. Alright, so I guess if you want to play insane mind games, you could charge to trick your opponent into switching into a ground type and then hit them with a different move that beats ground. I will say that if my opponent used charge, I would have no idea what to do, right? I would just be really confused. But yeah, in terms of like actual serious application, no. I think that's everything for charge, right? Yeah. Don't charge me. I want a refund. I'm filing a charge back. I think that's everything for charge. I should also mention that you can't actually hold your charge. When you charge, the next turn has to be the turn you use. Should also mention that charge is especially bad because you can't actually hold your charge. After you charge, the next turn has to be the electric attack, otherwise you lose the damage boost. So you can't even charge and then electric attack at a later turn. Bad. Alright. I guess we'll mention that. So I charge this move as... I charge this move with the crime of being bad. Guilty. We don't even need a trial. I guess this is the trial. Alright. Cosmic power. Talking about galaxy brain, this is literally cosmic, galactic. +1 defense, +1 special defense. I don't actually know where to put this. I'm thinking like top of niche. So here's the thing. It makes you really hard to kill. And then what? That's... just being hard to kill doesn't actually do anything. The big combo with cosmic power is stored power, right? Because stored power increases in strength based on how many boosts you have. And stacking cosmic power is pretty much the most reliable way to not die as you get those boosts. The issue is there's a ton of ways to stop that, right? Dark types just cannot be hit by stored power. And your opponent can also, at any point during your cosmic power boosting, they can just crit you, negate all your boosts, and kill you that way. Which has a fair chance of happening because you're going to be spending a lot of turns accumulating these boosts, which is more and more time that you can get crit and killed. Your opponent can also just phase you out or clear smog you. There's tons of counterplay for this strategy, but it is pretty fun. And of course, there's also the chance that your opponent just can't stop you, which is possible. Just have hyper armor? That's like a combination of hyper cutter and battle armor? Haze as well? Yeah, although nobody really runs Haze. Heart swap Migirna. Yeah, okay, alright. 100% crit strategy is a hard counter, yeah. Yeah, it'll probably end up being top of niche. Anything else to say about Cosmic Power? I think we mentioned the big things, that it makes you hard to kill, which doesn't really do anything unless you're then going to be laying the smackdown with stored power. But there's tons of ways to stop both things. I think the Wrath above put it well. Not often good, but insane when it is good. Sounds like a top of niche move to me. Okay, great. Covet. I think this is functionally identical to Thief. So previously 40 base power, now 60 base power, and it steals your opponent's held item. So it is Thief, except the typing is way worse because it's a normal type move. Okay, well, I mean, thou shalt not covet, unless you're trying to get held items from wild Pokemon without having to catch them. So for that, I'll go ahead and put it in niche. I mean, like here-ish. So fun in-game niche that it makes it a bit easier to farm held items from wild Pokemon. In terms of actually using this in like an in-game battle, no. Use a move that does damage. Using this in competitive, no, because the issue is that in order to steal your opponent's item, you have to not have an item. And you want an item. So, you're not going to be using this. Oh, hi, Fire Scissor. Welcome. I was wondering if and when you would show up. I know you're always in these. Yeah, so like, I'd covet a better move. I think I already said, like, thou shalt not covet, right? I think that's the biggest thing we can do. I guess this is now heavily associated with Squavit, who is really annoying, and I don't like that Pokemon, so I don't like this move either. Normal Gem Fake Out Covet is very funny. So, Normal Gem Fake Out Covet is very funny. It was just typed in the chat. I think there's a better way to get rid of your opponent's item. Yeah. Thou shalt not use Covet. Yeah, okay. I think that's it for Covet. Crush Claw. Awesome name. I think this is a filler move. So I forgot the base power of this move. I know it has a 50% chance to drop your defense, which is actually a pretty significant upside. And 75 base power, which is not bad at all. But honestly, just use return, bro. I'd rather just have the consistently high power of return rather than the defense dropping chance of Crush Claw. But I mean, if you're Zangoose and you used your return TM on something else, and you just want to use an awesome sounding move like Crush Claw, yeah, you could. I think other Pokemon than Zangoose get this. Yeah. So no longer only Zangoose. Quite a few Pokemon can be crushing with their claws, but yeah, overall, just use return. I haven't seen Spy X Family, but I hear it's pretty good. Anything else to say about Crush Claw? We mentioned that as a cool name, right? It's like the first thing we said. Type Null actually uses Crush Claw since they got rid of Return. Oh, okay. I guess now that Return doesn't exist, Crush Claw has a bit more of a use, but I just hope they bring back Return someday. I'm waiting for the return of Return. I don't know why they removed it. Orange Crush Claw? Only Americans will understand. Orange Crush is a soda. Okay, I think that's it for Crush Claw, right? We're not really missing anything. Okay. Dive. Key part of those dive cat strats. As for actually using this in your game, no. Okay. Let's dive into the next move. Okay, we'll start with that. So we'll use the most overused intro ever, right? Without any further ado, let's dive right in. Ugh. So, dive. Integral part of dive cat strats, as we talked about with assist. This move's pretty awful. So for the most part, if you have dive, like access to dive, that means you also have surf, right? Just surf. Just surf. But for its role in dive cats, we'll go ahead and put it in niche. So dive is a 2-turn move with, I think, 80 base power. Just surf. What are you doing? I mean, yeah, somebody said in the chat, yay, another water HM. It's just wet fly. Yeah, I guess, okay, shoutouts to Dive and Cramorant, because Dive on Cramorant is how you actually activate its ability with the Gulp Missile. So, I mean, there's that usage, but as I mentioned with Bounce, in general, 2-turn moves are very... But as I mentioned with Bounce, in general, 2-turn moves are really bad because your opponent knows they're coming, right? And they can just prepare for it appropriately. Oh, Surf also activate... Oh, okay. Never mind. Surf also activates Dive, so forget about Dive Cramorant synergy. Also, why are you using Cramorant? Honestly, the best part of Dive is that it's a part of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, which is a show with Guy Fieri. I guess he's not actually Fieri or Fiery. He's damp in this case. Ooh. My sister doesn't watch these lists, but sis, if you're watching, I mentioned Guy Fieri just for you. I think that's it for Dive, right? Nothing else with Dive? Guy Fieri is the only fire-water type? What about, there is a fire-water type, the Steam thing. Bounces in staples just because of Gyarados and Max Airstream, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you weren't there for that, but yeah, that's why. Volcanion, that's what it's called. Alright. I think that's it for Dive, right? We talked about everything. We talked about, it's just bad. You wouldn't even use it in-game because you'd already have Surf. I guess it's physical, but you just use Waterfall. Okay. Alright, next. I guess, yeah, Dive is physical, whereas Surf is special, but just use Waterfall, bro. Alright. Doom Desire. Jirachi's signature move. And Jirachi's a legendary. This has got to be good, right? So, 10 out of 10 move name, right? Awesome. Doom Desire. It's a Steel-type Future Sight. I am not reading the description of Future Sight again, but... Yeah, Steel-type Future Sight. at least nothing's immune to it. I think it'll escape bad, right? We'll put it in niche, maybe like here-ish, because it does big damage that nothing is immune to in 2 turns. And the big use of this is that because it hits in 2 turns, you can stack the damage on that turn, right? To kind of wall break, because they get hit with the 140 base power move and whatever move you use that turn. So that's a use for it, but in general, attack them now, right? Don't attack them in 2 turns. You don't know what they're going to be doing in 2 turns. Just reuse the future sight rand, but edit. Just reuse the future sight rand, but dub in Doom Desire. I'm not gonna put 3 minutes of nothing in the video, but I've considered it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, honestly, this might be a Pokemon homeless move. I think Doom Desire is strictly Jirachi, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, honestly, we're going to put this in Pokemon Homeless. Honestly, after further consideration, we are going to bring back the Pokemon Homeless tier and put Doom Desire there, because theoretically, you can do all the things I just said, but in actuality, Jirachi doesn't actually use this. And Jirachi is the only Pokemon that has it, so, oh well. And just to quickly explain the Pokemon Homeless tier, it's basically for moves that there's something about them where I don't think they can fit into another tier, so they're homeless. They're Pokemon homeless. Alright, anything else about Doom Desire? I think we covered everything. Needs to be extra cheese? Okay. I think that's everything. Next. Dragon Claw, Dragon Claw. Should be pretty easy. Very solid staple dragon move. In general, you would rather use Outrage because the goal is to kill your opponent, which Outrage does a lot better, but particularly in cases where you can boost your stats to the point where you don't actually need the power of Outrage, you would use Dragon Claw. Very solid move. What is it, like 80 base power physical dragon move, no additional effects? Sure. Pretty boring, but for the most part, it gets the job done because you're a dragon type with ridiculous stats. So even 80 base power honestly kills your opponent a lot of the time. It's better than Dragon Rush. Dragon Claw was a staple and fairies arrived and no one uses Outrage anymore, so I would say meta defining. Bro. But Outrage ends when a fairy switches in. People absolutely use Outrage still. If Outrage continued against immune fairies, yeah, I would, lower than aromatherapy? Question mark? Yeah, that is a good question. It's better than aromatherapy. Finally, a dragon move exists. I mean, Outrage was actually Gen 2. I mean, it sucked in Gen 2, but it was added in Gen 2. Outrage ends when a fairy switches and you are revenge killed? I mean, you could just switch out, right? Alright. So, we mentioned that you can use Dragon Claw over Outrage if you can boost your... So we mentioned that you can use Dragon Claw over Outrage if you don't need the extra power of Outrage, as in if you boosted your stats. How do we do that? Oh! Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance. Yeah, that's probably overall the best boosting move in the history of the game. Yeah, this gives you power and it gives you speed. What stats do you need to sweep? You need power and you need speed. There you go. I mean, there's not really that much else to say. So many battles over the history of Pokemon have ended with your opponent Dragon Dancing and you just giving up because there's nothing else you can do. I probably could say that a better way. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody is going to disagree with Dragon Dance like at the very top of meta, right? I mean, no. I won't hear any arguments. But let's see. So we mentioned that you can get away with using Dragon Claw over Outrage if you don't need the extra power, as in if you've boosted your stats. How do you do that? Oh! Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance. It's almost time to sweep my opponent. What do you need to sweep? You need power and you need speed. How do you get power and speed? Dragon Dance! This is probably the best boosting move in the history of the game overall. It just gives you exactly what you want. I don't think it's much of an exaggeration to say that... many battles are all about setting up situations where you can safely Dragon Dance, at which point you probably win. Incredible move. It's hard to overstate how influential Dragon Dance has been throughout the history of the game. You get a good physical Pokemon with Dragon Dance, you Dragon Dance, and then the battle is over. That's it. Technically, Quiver Dance is better, but the Pokemon that have Quiver Dance, except for Volcarona, kind of suck. Whereas the Pokemon that have Dragon Dance, I mean, look at the Pokemon on screen now, right? I think they very intentionally did not give Garchomp Dragon Dance, because if it did, it would be beyond busted. Whereas right now, it's only busted. Wow, how disappointing. You're telling me Venomoth sucks? I might be, yeah. If you get DD, you're using DD? Well, that's not quite true, but, let me see if I missed anything, because a lot of people were saying things as I was talking about Dragon Dance, but I already knew what I was going to say about Dragon Dance, right? Smiles Mega Charizard X, Quiver Dance and Shift Gear are better. Shift Gear is not better. Oh, no, Shift Gear, yeah, not Atom Dice. Yeah, Shift Gear is a little bit better. Iris's Haxorus, yes. Geomancy. The number of games that have ended with a single Dragon Dance is just ridiculous, yep. If you're using Kling Clang, Beginner, Toxicity, Where's Our Fairy Dance? Not exactly you click Outrage. Oh, it's just more stuff about Outrage. Quiver Dance, Geomancy better, Dragon Dance so good, yep. We should have a dance for every type. Ooh, I mean, I don't think there's enough dances, like, to cover all the different stat changes. Very funny to imagine a dragon dancing. We're filming that later today, don't worry. Spoilers. Dragon Dance goes in Pokemon that are already threats. Quiver Dance is able to turn Pokemon into threats. That's the big difference. Garchomp does a different dance instead. Yeah, it does the Swords Dance. But it would Dragon Dance if it could. Okay. I think we mentioned everything about Dragon Dance, right? I guess Shift Gear is also better than Dragon Dance, but I guess Shift Gear is also better than Dragon Dance, but has way worse distribution. Aggressive Dragon Wiggling. Get ready. Alright. Perfect intro to the next move. I fear the next move. Endeavor. So Endeavor has a unique effect. It reduces your opponent to however much HP you currently have. So typically the strategy with this is to either focus sash or endure to get yourself down to 1 HP. Then you endeavor your opponent to also reduce your opponent to 1 HP. And then use a priority move like quick attack or something like that to knock out your opponent. And then I guess you die next turn because you have 1 HP. But I mean, you took out an opponent. So this is an integral part of the Fear Radita strategy, which we've talked about before when we talked about Endure. Not actually, like, good or threatening, but a very fun gimmick, right? So we'll go ahead and put this in niche. Here-ish, I guess. You can do stuff with it, but at 1 HP, you're just so vulnerable. And 1 HP is the point where Endeavor actually does things. Good for gimmicks. Not actually going to win you the battle, unfortunately. Oh, we'll mention that as well, sorry. And I mean, no spoilers, but Dragon Dance also an integral part of Avatar. All right, okay, and no spoilers, but Dragon Dance also part of one of my favorite episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's really good in that show too, but I can't mention the characters that do it. And also in chat, please don't mention like what actually happens in the Dragon Dance scene in Avatar, because I think it's a pretty big spoiler. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? I mean, nothing that you won't be able to catch up on in the premium. Sorry, Endeavor is fun and regenerate Reuniclus? I don't know about that. I think that's everything for Endeavor, right? Spoilers for a 15-year-old show? I mean, yeah, and it's... Considering the intro I have planned for the Gen 2 starter analysis, which is actually from one of the final episodes of Avatar, I mean, you might say I'm being a bit hypocritical, but I don't think that the thing I'm going to use in the Gen 2 intro is actually that much of a spoiler. Spoiler, Aang fights the Fire Lord. That's the goal of the whole show. But honestly, I think that the show is good enough that I don't want to actually spoil the characters that do the Dragon Dance. It's actually pretty important. I did talk about Fear in a different video, yeah, so that's why I'm not describing the whole thing. That's enough about Avatar for now. Obviously, the outcome of the fight against the Fire Lord is a spoiler. I'm not doing that, but the fact that they do fight, yeah. How can you hope to defeat me when you're not even wearing pants? Ah! Yeah, spoiler, the main character fights the main antagonist. Obviously, please no spoilers in chat about the actual outcome. Because that is a spoiler. Alright, next. Eruption. When you use this move, it actually does extra damage if you say Krakatoa! That's not true, but you have to say it anyway. Eruption. We'll do Water Spout at the same time because they're the exact same. They're just type swapped. So Eruption and Water Spout, they have 150 base power. Wow! If you're at full health. And it gets weaker as you lose health. Eruption, I think we can go ahead and put as a high staple move. Big damage on your Typhlosion, as long as they don't have spikes, or Stealth Rock, or if you haven't been hit. There's a lot of conditions, but I mean, Scarf Explosion, Scarf Eruption, pretty fun to use. Water Spout, on the other hand, I think we're actually going to put at the very bottom of meta defining, because holy moly, Water Spout Kyogre is drenching the entire meta for generations on end. Whereas Eruption Groudon is much worse because Groudon doesn't get stab and all unless it's a primal, and also it's a fire attack, which Eruption Groudon on the other hand is much worse because it doesn't get stab until the primal reversion, and also it's a special attack, and Groudon is not a special attacker, whereas everything just lines up for Water Spout Kyogre to actually just destroy your team. Honestly, like, yeah, like Water Spout Kyogre was so dangerous, you were actually, not as a joke, running Parasect. Because of dry skin. I think that's a pretty, that's the biggest endorsement for Water Spout you could possibly give, right? And shoutouts to Eruption for also being an option for Heatran, I guess, nowadays. But it's nowhere near the levels of terror inflicted by Water Spout Kyogre. Kyogre is so Chad that it's Giga OP despite being a monotype? Yeah, definitely a rarity. I mean, when you have Drizzle, your other aspects don't really matter that much, right? I mean, people are using Pelipper for Drizzle, so if you have good stats in Drizzle, and I mean, if you're gonna be a monotype, you may as well be Mono Water. Mono Water is maybe the best monotype there is. Everybody okay with these placements for Eruption and Water Spout? Mono Steel? Yeah, Mono Steel's not bad either. If I had to pick a monotype, I would probably rank them as Mono Water, Mono Fairy, Mono Steel. Okay. All right, next. Extrasensory. Bizarre distribution? Like, I never remember which Pokemon have extrasensory. It's a lot of Pokemon you wouldn't expect. It's also got a really weird animation where it, like, tugs your opponent in, like, different directions. It's really uncomfortable. It's generally worse than Psychic because you trade a bit of power for a flinch chance. I'd rather have the power, but, I mean, where's Brick Break? It's basically Psychic Brick Break. We got the brawn, here's the brains. You're really not that excited to use extrasensory, but sometimes it is what you'll actually use because it's your best attacking option for coverage. Like, I think it actually is a staple for the coverage that it provides, but I mean, it's very meh. I think it's a step above filler. It's strong enough to be a staple for the coverage it provides to the Pokemon that want it. And at the very least, it's way better than regular sensory. At the very least, it's a huge upgrade over sensory. I'd definitely rather use extrasensory. Cynthia's Rose Raid has it. Brick Break breaks reflect and light screen. It's very important. That part rarely actually matters. It's just like a nice upside. You personally think it's filler? I think it's like a very low staple. It's not very exciting, but there's a lot of Pokemon that just don't get Psychic, but they do get extrasensory, and they want to use a Psychic move, so they'll use extrasensory. I don't really understand why some Pokemon get extrasensory but not Psychic. Sensory is not a move. I was joking. Uh, hopefully that was clear that I was joking. Um, I think Bullet Seed is better. I could see that. Does extrasensory cause flinch? Yeah, it does. Yeah, we can actually move extrasensory down in staple. Sure. Does its Japanese name make more sense? Let's take a look at it. I don't actually know what it is. I think it's just the same though. Jinsuriki. It's basically extrasensory, yeah. Yeah. Also, a couple people have mentioned for some reason this was the signature move of Nuzleaf. Very weird. Nuzleaf is not even a psychic type. Extra, get your coverage moves here. Okay. I think that's it for extrasensory. I think flinch is better than screen breaking. Am I dumb? No, I agree. Flinch is probably more often better than the screen breaking, but fighting is generally better than psychic. And also a ton of Pokemon get brick break. Maybe it has to do with the Tengu stuff? I don't think so. Because the thing about Tengu is that they're tricky and that they can fly. Then neither of those really apply to extrasensory. Alright, next. Facade. I'm sorry to do that to you. I know it's facade. But when I was a kid, I mean, I didn't know that. I just called it facade. I think it's a French word, right? Facade. I don't know why it's called facade. So what it does is it's 70 base power, 100 actually normal type move, but if you're statist, its power doubles to 140. Ooh! So you're doing big damage, and I guess the flavor is that you appear to be weak, right? Because you're statist, but it's just a facade. Whoa, it's a trick, and behind that, you're dealing big damage. So this got way better with Generation 4 and the introduction of the status orbs, Flame Orb and Toxic Orb. Because once, as a Guts Pokemon, you can reliably status yourself, then you can start facading up a storm and actually doing very big damage. I'm going to put it here-ish. If you are a Guts Pokemon, you would absolutely go ahead and do some facading. If your name is Swellow, you love this move. Unfortunately, you're still a Swellow, so you're not getting that far, but it's an option. Does Nuzleaf learn Fly? It does not, unfortunately. Better than Crush Claw? Yeah, definitely better than Crush Claw. Facade is a false front. You're putting on a brave face. I definitely pronounced Endeavor wrong when younger. I remember my mom was watching a show called Endeavor. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Do you know what Endeavor means? She's like, no. So my mom's not a native English speaker, but English is really good. Obstagoon 2, Swallow Boomburst, Facade Burloon, Facade Zangoose, Facade Swallow, Facade Gliscor, you name it. Gutsorb Facade. A good choice for normal coverage, post-return removal. Although, normal coverage, yeah. Oh, I once thought facade had something to do with knives because façade is knife in Portuguese. Oh, interesting. Anything else to say about facade? I think we mentioned it, right? It's just big damage on Guts Pokemon, and that's about it. If you're not statusing yourself, it's not worth running facade on the hopes that your opponent will status you so that you can move it. You really only use it in combination with self-statusing items. Better Crush Claw? I don't really think they're comparable. I should also mention that Obstagoon loves this. Okay, we'll mention that. Additional points about Facade. Obstagoon loves this thing. It's also a better move for Zangoose than its own signature move of Crush Claw. Since Zangoose has Toxic Boost, so you'll status yourself for that, and then you can go ahead and start Facading. Okay, there we go. When you predict the Will-O-Wisp, but not on Zangoose, right? People in the comment, or at least one person in the comments was like really adamant that Toxic Boost was not that much worse than Guts because switching into Will-O-Wisp doesn't happen that often. Happens a lot, guys. We'll get there. Okay, next. Fake Out. Yeah. Real good. Real good. Nothing fake about how good this move is. So we'll start by talking about the name. So in Japanese, it's Nickel Damashi, which is literally cat trickery, which is why a bunch of cats get it. It's another sumo move, like with arm thrust, where you're just getting up in their face. Well, the webcam can't even keep up. Now the viewers are flinching. So Fake Out, 40 base power normal move. That's pretty unexciting, but it 100% flinches your opponent, assuming they don't have some way to negate flinch. So really, it's free damage. Whoa! Well, it's not quite free because you have to actually use a move slot on it, and you can only use it the first turn you're out. In singles, I probably wouldn't put this in meta defining, but the real reason why this is here is doubles, right? In doubles, you're getting faked out like every single turn. It's outrageous. So much use for Fake Out. Stop one of your opponents from acting so your partner can do something. And in singles, it's just free damage. Nice. Yeah. I mean, the main cost of Fake Out is that you have to spend a move slot on it. And I would honestly say it's worth it. Free damage. Oh, maybe start on a different move, then talk about Fake Out? Literal Fake Out? Okay. We already did Astonish, though. Are we going to trick the viewers twice in one premium edit? We'll do that again. Okay. All right. How do we do that, though? Because these have been here the whole time. So obviously the next one we're going to talk about is Fake Out, right? Nah, we're all right. It's going to be real dumb. We'll do it anyway. All right. Next. I guess we'll just go with Fake Tears. That makes more sense, right? We're doing 2 tricks before even doing trick? Yeah. Okay, all right. All right, Fake Out. Just kidding. Oh, get tricked. Yeah, this move's really good. 40 base power normal move. That doesn't sound too exciting, but of course, it has the massive upside of always flinching your opponent. So you can sort of think of this. So you can sort of think of this as free damage. Wow, at the expense of one of your move slots, which honestly is a price you'd probably be willing to pay, especially if you have Technician or if you get Stab on Fake Out. A Japanese name of this is Nickel Damashi, which literally means cat trickery, which is why a bunch of cats get it. But what it actually is it's a sumo move. Where you're really faking out your opponent. The webcam can't even keep up with this level of speed. Overall, a very, very good move. In singles, I would probably just put this as a high staples move, but yeah, the real reason why it's in meta defining is because of doubles, where you're getting faked out like constantly. Use this to stop one of your opponents from acting so that your partner can do something. Stop both your opponents from acting. Just spam Fake Out. Switch out and in just to use Fake Out. This move is crazy. It's everywhere. It's free damage. Unless your opponent has inner focus, but they probably don't, so it's free damage. Very nice. I think that's everything for Fake Out, right? We covered everything. We even did the Fake Out. So let's see, Fake Out Parting Shot. I mean, is that a combo? How's it going? Jeez, it's going well. Stab Technician Fake Out is fun. I think I mentioned that. We're doing 2 tricks. Gen 3 has a lot of dark type status moves. That is true. That is something that I really realized because I made all the moves for this list by type. Like when I was actually like making them in Photoshop, and when I got to dark, I'm like, wow, none of these do damage except for like one, which I mean, you know which one that is. Okay, that's everything for Fake Out, right? Okay, I don't see anyone else talking about Fake Out. Okay. Fake Tears. I guess we'll do Metal Sound at the end because it's the same thing. But all right. Time for another staple. Fake tears? What? Fake tears is bad, right? Am I missing something? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me that fake tears is actually good. Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about fake tears and how bad it is. Oh, okay. We should mention that Fake Out is beaten by Dynamax, yeah. One of the big downsides of Fake Out is that Dynamax Pokemon can't be flinched. But, I mean, Dynamax is just OP anyway, so whatever. If your opponent's not Dynamax, Fake Out's really good. Yeah, no, Fake Tears is bad. Fake Tears is awesome, because it can make them cry. Yeah, okay, alright. Alright. Fake Tears. I mean, they're not going to be fake for too long, right? Because you use this move and then you lose, because it's not very good. I won't say it's bad or useless, but so what's the effect of Fake Tears? It lowers your opponent's special defense by 2 stages. Here's an idea. Attack them. In general, lowering your opponent's stats is not really worth it. You'd much rather boost your own and then attack with those. Because then the boosts stay on you as you run through your team, whereas with Fake Tears lowering one of your opponent's stats, you then beat that opponent, maybe, and then you have to start lowering stats all over again. Not very impressive, but I won't call it useless. Apparently in VGC, Fake Tears is good. I think that might be fake news. I've never seen it, but I mean, I'm not an expert on double, so it might actually be true. If it is true, leave a comment for the engagement and to tell me that I'm wrong. I don't think it's very good. And we'll do Metal Sound at the same time because they're the exact same. Metal Sound also does a harsh special defense reduction. And I think it's... So you can just think of these as like special screech. This one even has to do with sound. It has utility in VGC, but is awful in singles. Okay, well, we did say we were considering the best aspect of each move, so maybe you could say these should be better. But, oh, Metal Sound is 85 accuracy? Uh-oh, they're not the same. Whoops. So Metal Sound's actually significantly worse than Fake Tears. And Metal Sound's blocked by Soundproof. It just gets worse and worse. I'm still going to put them together, though. It's also got worse distribution, so it might belong in bad. Alright, sure. Alright, Metal Sound is so much worse that we're going to go ahead and put in bad. Because it does have a lot of downsides compared to Fake Tears. It's got 15% less accuracy, and it's got worse distribution, and it's also blocked by Soundproof. So really, they're not that comparable at all. So dry those Fake Tears. At least you're better than Metal Sound. And you might also be usable in doubles. If it is, leave a comment. You could use Metal Sound with Throat Spray to boost your own special attack? No. How does an omnidirectional sound have accuracy? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I think it's everything for fake tears and Metal Sound. Alright. Feather Dance. I think this is functionally the same as Charm, which we talked about in Gen 2. So Charm reduces your opponent's attack by 2, and Feather Dance does the exact same thing. Reduces your opponent's attack... Oh my goodness. Feather Dance! Well, Dragon Dance was really good, so Feather Dance is also going to be... whatever, it's... Very, very whatever. It's functionally the same as Charm, I believe? Oh, that's wrong. Wait, what? And now I have to redo that again. Okay. Feather Dance. Well, Dragon Dance is really good. So Feather Dance has also got to be... it's whatever. So Feather Dance is functionally the same as Charm? Charm reduces your opponent's attack by 2 stages, which is what Feather Dance does. But if you're a bird instead of, like, cute. Reducing your opponent's attack by 2 stages is actually among the more relevant debuffs you can do to your opponent, because if you stop your opponent from being able to hurt you, you can then go ahead and do, like, setup stuff yourself if you want, or something. I wouldn't do it, but you can. I wouldn't quite call it bad. I think in Gen 2 we put Charm in niche, so we're also just going to put Feather Dance in niche. Anything else to add about Feather Dance? Giga niche. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it for Feather Dance. Alright. Flatter. Don't flatter yourself too much. Flatter in tatters. This move is... Ugh. So, bottom of niche, maybe. So what does Flatter actually do? It's like Swagger, but it's special. So it boosts your opponent's special attack, and it confuses them. It's just a downside. So the thing about Swagger was that the confusion damage is actually a 40 base power typeless physical attack. So by using Swagger on your opponent, you're also increasing the amount of damage they deal to themselves with that confusion damage. Flatter, you're just giving your opponent a special attack boost. What? Like, why? It's like Confuse Ray attached to a downside. I'm putting this in bad, actually. Like, what? What? Why? I guess you could flatter your partner if your partner has own tempo and is a special attacker. Like, that's one thing you could do. Don't do it, though. It's bad. What? Why? Just as a quick refresher on why confusion is bad, especially considering the nerf to 33% chance, it's a 50% chance for your opponent to, like, do nothing and hurt themselves, but it's a 100% chance for you to spend a turn applying that status. No. Bad. Like, you remember the times you get destroyed by confusion RNG. You don't remember the many, many times where it actually worked out in your favor. So, no. Not good. Not worth using. Anything else to add about Flatter? I'll see if it was actually 2 stages. I think it's a 2-stage boost. Flatter. It is similar to Swagger. Yeah, it's even only a 1-stage boost. Yeah. And unlike Swagger, Flatter is only a 1-stage boost, so it's not even comparable to Swagger if you're using it on your partner for meme boost strats. Bad. Before Focus Punch is niche when it's actually in Staples? You don't know me. I was going to say it was in Staples. Unironically, I think Flatter is worse than Metal Sound. I agree. Alright, Focus Punch. This might actually be the biggest brain move in the entire game. It has a very unique... Well, here we go. Focus Punch. This might actually be the biggest brain move in the entire game. I don't think any other move works like this. So, at the beginning of your turn... It's not... Okay, so... Focus Punch. This might actually be the biggest brain move in the entire game. It's a charge move? Not charged, thankfully. But at the beginning of your turn, you start tightening your focus. And if your opponent doesn't damage you on the same turn, you then unleash a 150 base power, 100 accuracy fighting move. Whoa! Big damage! If you actually get to use it. And you do get to use it if you're smart about it. So we're going to put this in Staples, baby. We'll put it above Brick Break. It's very hard to use. You basically have to correctly predict that your opponent is not going to attack you. Because if your opponent does damage to you directly in any way, you lose your focus, and then you just skipped your turn. So you can either put up a substitute, at which point you know that your opponent's not going to damage you unless they, hit past your substitute with like a multi-hit move or like a sound move. But they're probably not going to do that, at which case, bam, big damage. Or if your opponent switches, in which case, bam, big damage. Or if your opponent uses a status move, in which case, bam, big damage. A lot of instances where you actually do big damage. You just have to be sure that that's actually... you just have to correctly predict that you're going to actually get the punch off. Which you will, if you're a good player. So it's good if you're good, and it's horrendous if you're bad. Reward skill. Good move. All right, let's see. What did I miss? Focus punch is bad. It can work, but how? Sounds like you're bad, buddy. Sorry, that's really aggressive. But no, it's very difficult to use. I'm just going to say now Focus Punch is tip-top of niche. It's great on banded Mons. What? No, don't use it on a banned Pokemon. No! Focus Punch in doubles. The only move that I think that works remotely similar to Focus Punch is Beak Blast in the way it works for the burn. Oh, and that it has like an effect during the turn that you're using it? Kind of. Sub and hard predicts. Focus Punch is really good in singles because of the prevalence of switching and checking. Yeah, Focus Punch is great. Top of niche. I honestly think Focus Punch is strong enough that it goes in staples. Like, a bunch of Pokemon do use it. Like, Tyranitar uses this thing. Focus Punch is definitely less prevalent nowadays, but back in the day, as in Gen 3, there was a whole lot of sub-punching. Yeah, shout out to Focus Punch being really bad when Brawly uses it. I mean, he focuses on Brawn, right? Not Brain, so he can't actually Focus Punch correctly. I think that's it for Focus Punch, right? You could say that it could go atop of filler, but I think it's strong enough when used correctly to go in staples. Okay, next. Follow me. Good idea. Please subscribe using the button below. Consider joining my Patreon. No, wait, okay, so there we go. Follow me. A good idea. Please subscribe. I got a shill for myself here, right? So, follow me. Good idea. Please subscribe and consider joining the Discord and evolving into a mighty Patreon linked in the description. Let's talk about the move. So follow me. What it actually does is it forces your opponents to target you with moves. Obviously, in singles, that's completely useless. But in doubles, wow, this is really good. This is really good. So the reason why it has like finger animations is because that is the Japanese name. It basically means like focus on this finger, which is part of like a children's game that you play. And they translated it to follow me, which I think is fine. I think in most games, you would call moves that force opponents to target you a taunt effect. But taunt is actually a different move with a completely different effect. So I think in Pokemon terms, you would call this a redirect. So forcing opponents to target you instead of whatever they actually want to target in doubles is insane, right? It's a key part of a ton of strats. Way too many to actually list. But yeah, in doubles, you would use this. In singles, you wouldn't. I think it's about as simple as that. Just like with how you have to say Krakatoa when using Eruption, you do have to say now it's Rhine time when using Follow Me. And if you've never played Xenoblade Chronicles, Rhine is one of the tank characters in that game who can force enemies to attack him. He doesn't use Follow Me, though. I think his move is called Mad Taunt. Okay, honestly, in honor of Follow Me making people use the Shadow Magmar in doubles, all right, we'll go ahead and put it above Water Spout. We'll promote it a bit. It's really, really good in doubles. Anything else to say about Follow Me? I think that's everything. Good move. I guess we'll also add less sus than Rage Powder. Or we can kill them with Berserk, Magnum Charge, and Sword Blast. This is more Ryan stuff, yeah. Ryan's really good. I'll take this opportunity to say that one of my favorite things about Xenoblade Chronicles is that the main character, Shulk, normally in almost every JRPG, the main character is like a melee DPS character, right? Where the main thing that they do is just a bunch of melee damage. But Shulk's most important role is as a melee support, which is really unique. He's not your highest damage character. Even the tank character Ryan does more damage than Shulk. What makes Shulk really good is that his Monado arts are like unbeatable support moves. Can't believe your main character is actually a support character. Good game, you should play it. Oh, okay, we will say that. So, Follow Me is the Follow Me is the less sus Rage Powder, because you can block Rage Powder with some safety goggles. You can't block Follow Me. You're obligated to subscribe. Oh, Ness is also a support character? Alright, and no more Xenoblade stuff. I mean, you can keep talking about Xenoblade stuff, but I'll stop addressing it. But Xenoblade 1 is really good. You should play it. Xenoblade 2 is okay. I didn't like it that much. Okay. Grass Whistle. Okay. Grass Whistle. Talk about hitting a sour note. Awful. So it's, I think, the same as Sing. 55% accuracy. The effect is good, right? Puts your opponent to sleep 55% of the time. 45% of the time, you wasted your turn. And this never existed in Gen 1, where sleep was actually Giga OP, so horrible. Somebody typed it in the chat, that's correct. Kusa, grass, that's right. Lol. This was horrible. I mean, I wouldn't gamble on it, is what I'll say. Bad. Can I whistle? 55% chance for that to succeed. Just use sleep powder, bro. I think that's it for Grass Whistle, right? Horrible. Okay, we'll add that. Yeah. All right. Barokeski, bro, says, more like dog whistle, because nobody hears it half the time. Bad. Move, not joke. Oh, that's right. Grass Whistle is a sound move, so it bypasses Substitute and also isn't affected by Grass-type immunity to powder or a Safety Goggle immunity to powder. So many upsides. It's still bad. All right. I think that's it for Grass Whistle, right? Okay. Grudge. What does this move actually do? You might not know. So, if you activate Grudge, and then your opponent feints you the next turn, all of their PP for that move is drained. It's so bad. It's so bad. So, here's something you could do. You know another way to prevent your opponent from using a move, instead of draining all its PP? Knocking them out. with Destiny Bond, which has the same activation criteria and a way, way, way higher upside. Like, I can't even call this dollar store Destiny Bond because, I mean, you go to the dollar stores. You go to the dollar store, you spend $1, and you get something worth $1, right? You don't get. Grudge is so bad. It's nothing. You spend a move slot, you expect to die, you get killed, and what's the return on that? Nothing. Horrible. That's horrible. Awful. Oh, it's better than camouflage. If I go down, I'm taking your PP with me. Awful. I have a grudge with this move, yeah. I mean, they say that holding a grudge is like drinking poison and expecting your opponent to die. I don't know where I'm going with that. I mean, people say you shouldn't hold grudges because it's like drinking poison and expecting your opponent to die. You shouldn't hold a grudge because this move sucks. That's why. How about that? Wow, grudge doesn't even work if a Z move knocks you out. I mean, it's just, I don't. It's so bad. It's so bad. Did they give it the nerf to Destiny Bond? Or did they leave grudge as is? I mean, we can check. So the Gen 7 Destiny Bond nerf is that you can't spam it anymore. Like, you can't use it on consecutive turns. And we'll see if they did the same thing to grudge. Doesn't look like it. So good news for grudge. Unlike Destiny Bond, which was nerfed where you can no longer spam it on consecutive turns, you can always go ahead and hold that grudge. You can hold it forever. Hold it on into the grave because your opponent is going to kill you because, wow, why would they care about the PP drain? They wouldn't. If you Z move on grudge, then it also becomes follow me. Hey, follow me is pretty good. Grudge isn't. And if your opponent knocks you out with a Z move or with a Dynamax move, the PP drain doesn't even work. So, like... At least it's apparently good in Mystery Dungeon. I don't know. I'm not talking about Mystery Dungeon in this list. I think Wobbuffet should learn this move for flavor, but Wobbuffet already has Destiny Bond, right? Alright. Hail! What the hell were they thinking with this move, man? Alright, so I'll start with a disclaimer. Snow Warning and Gen 8 Aurora Veil, actually pretty good, okay? Actually okay. But we're not talking about Snow Warning. We're talking about using a move called Hail as one of your 4 moves and a turn to activate Hail. Has anybody ever done that in the history of Pokemon? Gen 3 Elite Four member Glacia does it to make it easier for you to beat her. It's about it. I don't know any context ever where you would equip an Icy Rock, select the move Hail, and start Hail that way. You wouldn't. Hail is by far the worst weather condition in the game. It's completely carried by Aurora Veil being OP, OP, OP. Aurora Veil has only existed for 1 generation so far, and you're never actually using Hail. You're using Snow Warding. Bad. I think people can agree that Hail the move is bad. I started with a disclaimer that with snow warning, the weather condition of hail is fine. At least put hail in niche? No. Yeah, also, why is hail in Gen 3, whereas all the other weathers were Gen 2? That's kind of weird. Like, they had extra time to think about it, and they, I guess, thought about making it even worse. Ugh. This move can go straight to hail. I'm not putting hail in niche, no. The move hail is just so bad. How would I buff hail? I might just make Slush Rush like passive for all ice types in hail, or just make it so that all ice types get like a, or just yeah, just like give all ice types like an offensive boost in hail or something. That would be great. Hail is so bad. Yeah, and in PLA Slush Rush is passive. What if ice types lose their weaknesses in hail? That would be pretty cool. I like that better than the snow cloak thing. That's enough about hail, I think. All right. Heat wave. Whew, it's a scorcher today. So heat wave in terms of single battles is in general worse than flamethrower. It's a bit stronger, but you lose a bit of the accuracy. In general, I'd rather just use flamethrower. But if you're in doubles, whew, this move is hot. Charizard Y is cooking your entire team with this move. So spread moves. Hang on, I'll just do that again. But I think you saw where it's going to go. Top of stable. I think people agree with that. So I just want to make sure that I actually get the base power right. I don't know if it's 100. It's 100, right? Oh, it's 95. I got tricked. Oh, it used to be 100. Okay. I was right, but I was also wrong. Okay. All right. Heat wave. Whew, it is a scorcher today. So previously 100 base power got nerfed to 95. In terms of single battles, I'd probably just use flamethrower if I had it. I don't think the little tiny bit of extra base power is worth the accuracy drop. I think it's only 90 accuracy. Yep. But the reason why this is going at the very top of staples is because in doubles, Mega Charizard Y is cooking your entire team with this move. So it's a spread move, which means it hits both of your opponents. And that means that it has lower power when hitting two opponents. Except on Charizard Y, it's sunny, so they still die. Powerful. It is hot. Honestly, if you're neutral to this, you're probably still going to die. It's very, very strong in doubles on Charizard Y. And it's also weirdly available. A bunch of like flying types seem to be able to get this move as coverage, notably Zapdos. Even Honchkrow likes this thing. One of my favorite gimmick Pokemon, Special Nasty Plot Crobat, also gets Heat Wave. Very nice. But in singles, if you have Flamethrower, just use Flamethrower. Yeah, Heat Wave is good for special attacking birds who will get. I think I mentioned that. I think that's everything to say about Heat Wave. Anything else to add? But cheese, Megas were removed in Gen 8. It's true. Mega Charizard Y will be back someday. Mark my words. I'm waiting. It's not a gimmick. It's an actual set, I think. A great one. That's about Nasty Plot Crobat, right? It's definitely a gimmick. It's a gimmick I like, though. I want my Mega Milotic. They cheated me. They'll add Mega Milotic right after they add Mega Flygon. I'm going to be waiting. Special Nidoking was a gimmick until it wasn't. Well, Special Nidoking is very different than Special Crobat. Like, when I say gimmick, I don't mean, like, complete joke. Like, it's a viable set for Crobat, but Crobat itself is, like, not very good. Alright, next. Helping Hand. For some reason, this always makes me think of Hamburger Helper, because I think it has help in the name, and also, like, the mascot for Hamburger Helper is, like, a sentient glove, which is kind of creepy. So Helping Hand, completely useless in singles, but in doubles, what it does is it boosts your partner's power by 50% for that turn. Hey! I mean, that's pretty good. I think we can make that a high staple. Yeah. If you're like a support Pokemon and you want to give your partner some extra oomph, go ahead and give him a helping hand. Maybe it's sunny. Maybe there's a heat wave. And now your opponents are definitely fried. Yeah, sure. It's not follow me, but, alright, so I guess, ironically, like, just the fingers are actually stronger than the whole hand. But the helping hand is not bad at all. Anything else for helping hand? I think that's enough. I forgot to actually clap at the mic when I did fake out. I'm sorry. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Please look forward to the premium edit. So I actually have tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday off. So the premium edit is, if not today, it's coming out tomorrow for sure. It's 9:42 a.m. right now. It might even come out today. Depends how long this list ends up being. Might be kind of long. Make up for it by howling into the mic for how you already know that was the plan. Alright. Alright, next. Oh! I can't be that loud because it's kind of early and I want my neighbor to be that mad, but howl. Boost your attack by 1. That doesn't sound that good, but it recently got buffed, which actually makes it kind of cool. So Howl also boosts your ally's attack in doubles. I had no idea it did that. It's a recent buff. I mean, you still wouldn't Howl, but it's okay. I'll put it above Dive. It's also blocked by Soundproof. And you might notice, oh, but this is like a beneficial effect. Yeah, I know, right? And you don't want to block it, but it still gets blocked. It's cool. You'd much rather dance with some swords, but if you can't, and if you have a partner, start howling. Oh. I guess it's better than meditate? Yeah. Zacian does this in the Eternatus battle. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, hey, yeah, and you can equip a throat spray as well to get +1 attack and +1 special attack. So you're using an item just to get workup once. Oh, I guess. Yeah, Howl is meta-defining in the furry metagame, which, I mean, if you're a Pokemon fan, there's probably some overlap between that and furries, right? I mean, I'm wearing a Snorlax hat, but I'm not a furry. That's right. It's actually like worse than growth. I guess I didn't explain it, but the reason why I'm wearing a Snorlax hat is because of what I have planned for the premium intro. I won't tell you exactly what, but it has to do with the best move in Gen 3. All right. Hyper Voice. This says it's a normal type move, but let's be real. The only time it's used is when it's changed into a fairy type move through Pixelate, or I think Aurora's actually has Refrigerate to turn this into an ice move. It's not actually used as a normal type. It's used with those abilities that change it to a different type and also increase its power. In that sense, staple for sure. We're doing big damage with big voices. Signature move of Billy Mays, of course. Hi, Billy Mays here. Again, I can't yell because of my neighbor, but I would. Okay, somebody in chat said Hyper Voice Somebody in chat said Hyper Voice destroys natural objects in Gen 6. I don't know what that means. So let's find out. Hyper Voice will destroy certain natural objects found in the background of battles. What? Oh, okay. So apparently, destroying certain background natural objects allows you to, like, pick up items afterwards? That's pretty interesting. I didn't know about that. It probably would help if we had some pictures of these natural objects, but Bulbapedia not feeling too good today. Primarina's Liquid Voice also boosts power, right? No, it doesn't. It just makes it a water move, okay. Primarina's Liquid Voice makes this a water move, but unlike Refrigerate and Pixelate, it doesn't actually give a power boost, so who cares? Just use Surf, what? It hits through substitutes, so it must be good. I mean, I guess. Man, Liquid Voice is really underwhelming. Liquid Voice doesn't suck, it's just not as good as the 8 abilities? Well, okay, let's see what moves does Liquid Voice actually affect? And what does that actually do? So it changes all of these things, all of these moves to water. That doesn't do anything to any of this. Seems useless to me. Wow, I had no idea Liquid Voice was so bad. it's useless. I guess you can water type your Perish Song. Ugh. Hyper Voice is the only move you'd even really care about for the type shift? Yeah, for Liquid Voice, yeah. I guess Aerialate also affects Hyper Voice on Mixed Mega Salamence. Okay, I think that's it for Hyper Voice. We talked about everything. You basically never use this as a normal move. You almost only use it as a type-shifted move through abilities. Alright. Ice Ball! We're rolling! I have to put the rolling Spheal on screen right now. It's Ice-type rollout, so all the things that apply to rollout also apply to Ice Ball, so you can double the power with Defense Curl. This move's pretty bad, but I mean, it's filler. I mean, it does damage. Yeah. I don't know when you would actually use this. I guess if you're training your Spheal, that's about it. You could put this in bad, maybe, but I think they can go ahead and put this... I think we can go ahead and put this in filler. Not your ice move of choice, but I mean, it does something. And yeah, you can also use this in meme max damage calculations like you can with rollout. If you use this against a Noibat. Well said in the chat. They see me rolling. They hate. I wouldn't hate this move. Should mention. Critical to mention. Completely blocked by Bulletproof. Watch out. Important observation by Prada with an O. Hisuian Electrode gets Ice Ball. Thunderbolt and Ice Ball. Bolt Ball, baby. Bolt Ball sounds like it'd be pretty fun. I hope it's better than Blitz Ball from Final Fantasy X. Awful minigame. Oh. I think that's enough for Ice Ball. Alright. Icicle Spear. Multi-hit ice move, 25 base power per hit. This is basically only used on Cloyster, but when it's used on Cloyster, you die, so it's pretty good. I think we'll put it here-ish. It's basically Cloyster exclusive, but Shell Smash and then Icicle Spear you to death. Great. Really strong. I don't think there's anything else to say about that. Kyurem? Does Kyurem have Skill Link? No, right? Like, with Skill Link, this is 125 base power ice move, and it gets stab on Cloyster, so you're dead. Jeez, I hope we edit in a Titus laugh. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it just for you. Also, I know that it's Titus, but I'm not saying that. It's Titus. I guess since we're here, we may as well talk about this. So, like the Titus debate, because Japanese is phonetic, it is 100% Titus. Like, that's not a debate. That's how you're supposed to say it. But that's so stupid. I'm saying Titus. Because he's, like, based on water, right? It's clearly supposed to be Tide. Amur Pies. Hi. Mamoswine? What? Mamoswine doesn't use this? Okay, does any Pokemon other than Cloyster actually use this? So the average base power is 75. Wouldn't you rather just use Icicle Crash? Weavile uses either Icicle Crash or Triple Axle. I'm on a hunt to see every streamer say my name. Well, you got one. Oh, Kyurem Black because it doesn't get any other physical ice moves. Okay. So I guess we'll mention that. So Kyurem Black apparently doesn't get any other physical ice moves, but it's not why Icicle Spear gets to be in staples. It's because of Cloyster. I guess while we're talking about Cloyster, we may as well also just do Rock Blast. Because I don't think any other Pokemon uses Rock Blast aside from Cloister. Maybe Chinchino? Maybe? I'm not sure, but Rock Blast is definitely used on the Shell Smash Cloister that's about to kill your entire team, so just put it next to Icicle Spear. So Rock Blast is, I think, 25 base power per hit. Same as Icicle Spear, multi-hit move. If you have Skill Link on Cloister, use this and kill your opponent's team. And Chinchino, I guess, can use it. And Wild Gravelers can use it to drag out the battle and waste your time. Okay. Oh, how could I forget? Toucannon gets Rock Blast. And I could forget because when I used Toucannon in the Karen challenge, I think we missed Rock Blast and we lost because of it. So I don't like this move. Oh, and Mega Heracross gets it. Okay, yeah, all right. Rock Blast actually, you know what? We'll go ahead and put Rock Blast ahead of Ice Spear because it's actually a fair amount of Pokemon that can actually use this. In addition to Cloister, you're also using it. The big user is Cloister. I'm pretty sure Chinchino has a higher attack stat than Cloister. I think you're right, but you don't sweep with Chinchino, whereas with Cloister you Shell Smash and then the game's over. You won. Anything else to add about Rock Blast? Okay, I think we're set with Rock Blast. All right. Imprison. This is one of the weirdest moves ever, and the strangeness. All right. Imprison. This is one of the weirdest moves ever, and the strangeness starts with the name. So, in Japanese, this is just huin, which means seal, which is why the animation is like a wax seal. If you ever watch Naruto, everyone's always saying huin. Everything's getting sealed. Roy loves this move, right? He's got the Sword of Seals. And in English, the name is imprison, which to me, as an English speaker, especially as an American, imprison only means one thing, right? Lock him up. Put him in the big house. Throw him in jail, right? That's what imprison means. And the effect of imprison is nothing like that, right? It does nothing to actually stop your opponent from, switching out or, affecting their movement in any way. What it actually does is it prevents your opponent from using any moves that you also have. And one of your moves is imprison, right? So really you're locking your opponent out of 3 moves. This is so weird. So the main use of this move is in doubles. You use imprison to prevent your opponents from also protecting. Which is why if you have detect, you should use it. Because then that means your protect can't get sealed by imprison. Very weird. And a giga gimmick you can do with this that's really fun is if you imprison with Mew and then transform into your opponent, imprison stays active after the transform. So because transform also copies all your opponent's moves, and your opponent can't use moves that you have, and you have the same moves, they now can't use their moves. Wow. This move's really weird. Honestly, I think it goes at the very bottom of niche. It's so awkward to try and get to use this, but you can do something. This move is whack. All right, let's see what the chat said. Imprison is used on transform in some Mew sets. Yep. The I hate Trick Room move. He's so hooey. Yeah, it's ultra niche. I'll also say this here right now. Embor. No. I'll say this here right now. Trainer! And you'll know why I did that when you see the premium edit. You think it should be higher? It has some legitimate uses? I mean, I was tempted to put this in bad. So the higher tiering is that it's in niche. Sorry. I love TR in doubles, and it ruins... How does this counter Trick Room? I guess because if your opponent wants to because like using Trick Room while Trick Room is active cancels it, right? So you can stop your opponent from canceling out your Trick Room. But then like you're using 2 move slots. My best guess as to why they actually... My best guess as to why they called this Imprison instead of Seal is because there's a Pokemon called Seal, right? I mean, they spent about 3 seconds to change the spelling of Seal from S-E-A-L to S-E-E-L. And if they had a Pokemon and a move that were the same name, I guess people would be confused. Maybe they should have just come up with a better name for Seal. It's not like anybody remembers or uses Seal anyway. Awful Pokemon. Oh, okay, I see. Another use of Imprison is you can run Trick Room and Imprison. Another use of Imprison is you can use Trick Room and Imprison to stop your opponent from ever using Trick Room, right? So you don't actually want to use Trick Room, but you have it on your moveset so you can Imprison and stop your opponent from using it. Okay. We'll move it above fake tiers. I like Seal. We also like Chikorita, so I don't know, man. They did come up with a better name for Seal. They called it Spheal. That's pretty funny. Alright, next. Ingrain. Pretty useless in-game. So where you would... This move is pretty funny. So what Ingrain does is it puts down some roots. It basically gives you an additional leftovers recovery, right? It gives you the leftovers effect. And it also prevents you from switching out. And when I say that, I both mean your opponent can't force you out. You also can't leave. You can't switch out either. So it sort of debuffs you in that way. But you can still leave with Baton Pass, which is where you would actually use this move. So you use this on Baton Pass chains to prevent you from being roared or forced out. In addition to the recovery, but mostly to prevent being forced out. In that sense, hey, it's pretty cool. I don't know where this goes. I guess high niche? Unfortunately, Baton Pass chains have been banned for being too good. But if you were on a Baton Pass chain, you were maybe putting down some roots. No longer, but once upon a time. Chikorita is the 4th best Johto starter. That's not fair. It's the 3rd best. We're rooting. No retreat plus Ingrain plus Aqua Ring plus L plus ratio. I feel like Imprison Trick Room is used more than Ingrain strats. Ingrain used to be really good. Because Baton Pass chains used to be really good. So good they were banned. Ghost-type Pokemon with Ingrain can switch out while still stopping phasing. Really? Let's check that. I believe you. I do believe you, but let's just see. Yeah. That's true, yeah. Apparently, if you're a ghost type who can Ingrain, so Trevenant, you can't be forced out, but you can still switch out at will. Wow. Not that relevant, but it's fun to mention. Alright. Iron defense. I think it's hilarious that this gives you less of a boost than Cotton Guard. So, Iron apparently not as defensive as Cotton. +2 defense. Very meh. But hey, if you're doing a baton pass chain and you're Scizor, I guess you're using Iron defense. Sure. I guess we'll put it next to Ingame then, right? Very good to mention that with the addition of Body Press, this is basically Swords Dance. But it also makes you harder to kill, which is pretty nice. I will go ahead and put it in front of Ingame. And this is the exact same as Barrier. But it's just on different Pokemon. Every Magnezone runs this? I think a high niche is fine for this. Alright. Knock Off. So Knock Off was always pretty good, even back when it was only 20 base power. So what Knock Off does is it removes... Okay, well, here, see. Let's see. Okay. Knock Off. So Knock Off was always pretty good. Back when it only had 20 base power... okay, well, here we go. Because there's a lot of stuff to talk about with Knock Off. Knock Off. So Knock Off was always pretty good, even when it only had 20 base power. It used to not actually remove your opponent's item. It just disabled it from being used. But now it actually, like, removes their item, so they can get another one if they use, like, Thief, but they're probably not going to. So Knock Off having 20 base power, I mean, it may as well have been 0, but you didn't use it for the damage, right? It was just a nice bonus that it also broke Sturdy, broke Focus Sashes, and I guess if you were taunted, you could still use it, because it had non-zero base power. It was always a move you would use on, like, support Pokemon. Because removing your... it was always a move you'd consider using on support Pokemon, because removing your opponent's item is a really nice effect. In Gen 6, I guess they felt bad that they... in Gen 6, I guess they felt bad that the new Fairy type resisted Dark, so they buffed Knock Off a bit. Now, in addition to removing your opponent's item, it also removes all of their health. This move is so stupid. I don't know what they were thinking. It's absolutely ridiculous. The only reason it's not above Dragon Dance is because Dragon Dance has always been good, and Knock Off was like, it was pretty good until Gen 6, at which point this is like one of the best moves in the game. It's so ridiculous. So how Knock Off works now is, same effect, removes your opponent item. So how Knock Off works now, same effect, it removes your opponent's item, but it has 65 base power. That's already pretty good. I mean, people run U-turn, not for big deeps, but for the utility and okay deeps. But if you actually remove your opponent's item, which you will, because every opponent has an item, the base power increases by 1.5, so you get a 98 base power Dark move that also will always apply a debuff that your opponent absolutely hates. Because remember, your opponent picked whatever item is best for them, and you just removed it. So if a Pokemon really wants extra speed from Choice Scarf, you just remove their... So if an opponent really wants extra speed from Choice Scarf, you just reduce their speed by 50%. If they really wanted extra power from Choice Band, you just reduce their power by 50%. If they really wanted to survive a hit with... Focus Sash, they still survive. But hey, at least you drop them to 1 HP. This move is so stupid. And then you might be thinking like, oh, but maybe it's less reliable than Crunch. No, it's not. Because 2 knockoffs, one that gets the boost from knocking off the item and the second one that doesn't, is still, on average, higher base power than Crunch. So if you can learn both Crunch and Knockoff, just run Knockoff. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be better. Like, this move is so ridiculous. People are running Mail because you can't get Mail knocked off. If your opponent has a Mega Stone or a Z Crystal, you don't actually get the power boost, but I mean, that's still fine. They removed both of those mechanics in Gen A, right? Huh? If you have Sticky Hold, you don't get your... If you have Sticky Hold, you don't get your item knocked off, but you still die. And also, you're like a muck. So, you're in trouble anyway. It gets the boost against sub, too. Wow. Pretty much, if you learn knockoff, you should probably put it on your moveset. And if you're not sure which of your 4 moves to use, you should probably use knockoff. Like, it's very rarely the wrong choice. So absurd. Are we even halfway done? Just about. I'd say we're on track, right? It's been 3 hours. Usually these take about 5 hours. Oh yeah, and if you're running a Colbur Berry to negate your dark weakness, ripperoni, because you still die. Anything else to say about knockoff? I think we about covered everything, right? This move is dumb. I guess we should also mention knockoff unfortunately doesn't actually interact with like unique items. So knockoff unfortunately doesn't actually interact with unique items or like form changing items. So like Grisius Orb, any of the Silvally items or any of the Arceus plates. You get to dodge the knockoff stuff. So if you're literally God, then I guess knockoff doesn't bother you that much. Wow. Okay, that's enough for knockoff. Leaf Blade. We are slicing and dicing. 90 base power, physical grass move, 100% accuracy, and high crit. That's a lot of upside. Does it offset the downside of being a grass move? Not quite, but this move is still a staple for sure. It's probably the best physical grass move in the game. I think this is actually... I mean, you'd maybe run Woodhammer for the extra power, but Leaf Blade's definitely a consideration. It also has very decent distribution, because if you can slice, you can probably Leaf Blade. I don't know why I'm using my elbow here, because I guess Gallade gets this. Very solid move. This is about as good as a grass move gets. It's nice. Grassy Glide's better, I guess, if you have a grass terrain set up. Glassy Glide is stupid good, but it's a PRF move? Is this a Fire Emblem player? I don't know anybody else who calls signature moves PRF moves. I think this is a fine placement for Leaf Blade, right? Just high staples. Very good move, but unfortunately it's a grass move. Leaf Blade would be a great permacrit coverage move if anyone with a permacrit set could learn it. Can't Surfetched get permacrit with stick? But it might need to focus energy as well. I guess shoutouts to Shoutouts to Surfetch for being able to use this with Stick for a very high crit rate, not quite 100%, but just use a different item. Because even if you crit with this, you only get a 1.5 boost, so it's as if you had Stab. Not very exciting. I'm sorry, they renamed Stick to Leak. I'll delete my channel, okay? Alright, next. Luster Purge and Mistball. I think we can pretty safely stuff these in Pokemon Homeless. So, yeah, these are the signature moves of Latios and Latias. Respectively, Latios is way better, and it also gets the better move, Luster Purge. These are functionally the same, except they have a difference in which stat they drop. I think they're 75 base power psychic moves. Luster Purge has a 50% chance to drop your opponent's special defense, and Mist Ball has a 50% chance to drop their special attack, which is way worse. Honestly, you wouldn't use either of these. You would just use Psychic or Psyshock. That's it. I'd rather have the extra power over the extra chance to drop special defense. And the Mist Ball special attack drop is just useless. Signature move of Latios is Draco Meteor. Yeah. Anything else to say about Luster Purge and Mist Ball? Luster Purge is a waste of a great name. Some people will use them over Psychic. Who are these people? Tell them to leave a comment. I've never met them. I forgot these moves existed. I don't blame you. Bluster Kong is the... Okay. I've read threads of people insisting they're better. I mean, people saying things on the internet doesn't make it true. Doesn't make those things true, right? People used to think that Ike was one of the best characters in Fire Emblem 9. They said he was Ponage incarnate. He's not, except for the last 2 chapters. The Ponage incarnate. It's an infamous thread. Do you really think somebody would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Alright. Magical Leaf! Woo! It's like a grass-type Swift. Filler! I think it's better than Arm Thrust. It's got surprising distribution, because several Pokemon that aren't like grass types but have like magic affinity, like Gardevoir, can get Magical Leaf. Very underwhelming, but I mean, hey, if you're in the middle of your in-game playthrough and you have Magical Leaf and nothing else, I guess you would use it. And it never misses. That's nice. Is Ike bad or something? He's not awful, but people definitely overrate how good he is. Because he's like a sword-locked foot unit in a game where mounts are ridiculously OP. I think, but he leaves a very good last impression, because for the last 2 chapters, or it might even be the last 3 chapters, where you have Ragnall, he's actually like really good. Because Ragnall is an unbreakable 1-2 range sword with ridiculous stats that also gives you +5 defense and special defense. I guess it's called resistance in that game. And for that part of the game, yeah, he's pretty good. But, I mean, that's so little of the game. That's the Ike explanation. Wow, amazing. For the last 2 chapters, just like Roy. He's definitely better than Roy. Ragnall's unbreakable, right? Yeah, Ike is also crazy good in Radiant Dawn, but he's completely different in that game. Because in FE9, he's a noob unit you have to raise, and at the end, he's like kind of good. And in Radiant Dawn, from the moment he joins you, he's absurd. And his growth sunk, but it doesn't matter because he starts with like the best stats ever. And he also gets Ragnar much earlier. Pretty much all of part 4 he has Ragnar. Or I think like he gets it like the end of part 3 even, right? They nerfed his class name because he used to be, in Japanese he's Divine General, and in English he's Vanguard. Lame. Will the Ike edit make it into the premium edit? Will the Ike explanation make it into the premium edit? Probably not, but the Ike is Ponage Incarnate part will, I think. He fights for his friends. That quote is so weird because he never says that. In fact, the closest thing he says is like the opposite. He's like, don't think that just because we're friends, I won't fight you. It's like close to what he actually says. I think what he says is like, I won't hold back even against my former allies. Crashing the mobile house into artillery. Crashing the artillery into the mobile house. Okay, that's enough. More moves. Magic Coat. We can add this to the list of moves that are outclassed by abilities, along with what? I'm forgetting the name of it. Foresight. Magic Coat. We can add this to the long list of moves outclassed by abilities, like Growl is outclassed by Intimidate. Foresight and Odor Sleuth coming up, outclassed by Scrappy. Magic Coat, outclassed by Magic Bounce. Magic Bounce is totally absurd, but Magic Coat is like, I don't know why you would use this. I won't quite put it in bad, but it's an interesting move. So Magic Coat, you use it. It has a really high priority, so it probably goes first. And then you bounce back a bunch of non-attacking moves. So you can bounce back like status-inflicting moves. You can bounce back status-lowering moves like Growl. Oh no, now your attack is lowered. But most importantly, you can bounce back hazards. So if you predict your opponent to Stealth Rock you or like Spikes, you can Magic Coat and then you bounce it right back to them. That's a pretty powerful effect, but you have to correctly predict it. You have to spend a move slot on it. And you have to actually spend your turn on it. That's a lot of conditions. It's generally not worth it. Only Deoxys Speed uses this move. Yeah, I guess because Deoxys Speed is very often a lead Pokemon, and you expect your opponent to hazard you. You can bounce back hazards with this. That's about it. Magic Guard, super good. Magic Bounce, super good. But that's not what we're talking about today, unfortunately. Yeah, I think somebody brought it up. So we'll also do Snatch right now because Magic Card is like reverse Snatch. Snatch is maybe one of my favorite moves. It's really fun. But I don't know if I would call it good. So, quiz, what does Snatch even do? So when you use Snatch, you basically, you sort of lie in wait. And then if your opponent uses a beneficial move, you steal it. So if they Swords Dance, oh, it's my boost. If they Dragon Dance, oh, it's my boost. Why not just use the boosting move yourself? Good question. You would. So you wouldn't just use Snatch. But Snatch is really, really fun. Nothing quite feels as good as predicting and then stealing a boost. So, S tier for fun, but yeah, I mean, we don't actually count fun in these lists. I guess Snatch gives you a way to steal boosts you wouldn't be able to get otherwise, like a Quiver Dance, but like, come on. You can't actually plan to go against a Quiver Dancing Mon and then steal their boosts. Like, that's not actually a strategy. Yeah, this is one of the best moves in the game for like styling on your opponent. Because you show them like, oh, I knew you were gonna boost, and now it's mine. Like, it feels so good. But yeah, not an actual like winning strategy. Well, it is stealing because they don't get the boost. You actually take it from them. Oh yeah, well, you're talking about Oricorio using that. Yeah, but Oricorio, they still get the boost, right? So it's different. I think Z Snatch negates all your stat drops. We can check. S, right? Okay, I looked at it. You can see it's, I clicked the link earlier because I looked this up. So let's see what Z Snatch does. Oh, you get an agility boost if you use Z Snatch. And we may as well just show, like, all of the moves you can actually steal with Snatch. So there's a lot of them. I'm not going to read all of them out, but you can basically see it steals a bunch of beneficial moves. You can take all of them. They're yours. You thought you were going to drink that milk? It's mine. Oh, young Link in the house. Oh, in Italian, it's schippo, which means mugging. Interesting. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. I think XJ0641, you're really going to enjoy the premium edit for Imprison. I'll tell you that now. Please leave a comment when you watch it. Yeah, so with... Oh, that's hilarious. So yeah, with Snatch and Milk Drink, you can literally do, I drink your milkshake. That's pretty funny. And I guess in the interest of completeness, we'll also show what moves you can Magic Bounce. Or Magic Coat. And also, here's what moves you can bounce with Magic Bounce. You can just see here, bunch of status stuff. I'm not going to read all this, but you can see it here. Okay. All right. Oh, welcome to the live, Hope Katzen. I hope you enjoy it. Premium coming eventually. You're just in time for me to take a bathroom break after Memento. All right. Memento. What is this? Mementos. The Playmaker. Now, you would expect... Okay, so... Mementos. The Playmaker. The description of this move seems really, really bad. Right? Because you die. And then you drop your opponent's offensive stats by 2 stages. That seems like a bad deal. It's actually incredible. But it takes a bit of explaining. So, with moves that kill you, you expect a big return, right? So, Explosion previously did big damage. No longer, so it's not really that good. Healing Wish, you die, but you get to bring in one of your other Pokemon and fully heal them. That's a big effect. Memento kills you, drops your opponent's stats. And we said previously that dropping your opponent's stats, not actually that useful, right? I mean, that's why we have Feather Dance kind of low. None of the moves that drop your opponent's stats we've rated very highly. So why am I putting Memento in Staples? This move is actually, like, super good. So, why? Because this pretty much gives your next Pokemon a free turn. Because it kills whatever Pokemon you use it with, so you get your own Pokemon out of the way. And it drops both of your opponent's offenses, so they're guaranteed to be in a weakened state when you bring out the Pokemon you want. Which basically means you have a turn to do anything you want, right? So this is like the reverse of the... This is like the... Why this is good is the reverse of why Hyper Beam moves are bad, right? Because with the Hyper Beam moves, you're giving your opponent a turn. And with Memento, your opponent basically has to switch out. because they're, with both of their offenses lowered, they can't do anything to whatever Pokemon you just brought in that is probably really healthy and about to start dancing. Great move. But it does have a heavy cost, right? You do die when you use it. So if you didn't die, I mean, it'd be like higher. There's a move where you don't die. It's called Parting Shot. Not in the game yet, but it's really good. Anything else to say about Memento? I think it's a stable move. It's real good. It's deceptively good. Yeah, and if you Z Crystal your Memento, it also becomes Healing Wish, where it fully heals the Pokemon you bring in. So it is just a perfect way to set up your sweeper. Did I get a personal at Mementos? What does that mean? What is Mementos? I was just talking about Mentos the candy. Making a dumb joke with that. Oh, Persona 5 Mementos. It's been a while since I played that game. Sorry. I guess we also have to mention that Mementos is a good area to grind in Persona 5, I guess. Been a while since I played that game. Fake weeb. Alright, before we get into Meteor Mash, we've been going for 3.5 hours, so I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and get a drink. I'll be right back. In the meantime... Well, not really anything in the meantime. I guess in the meantime, Meteor Mash that like button. I'll be right back. And we're... Oh, hang on. And we're back. Thanks for waiting. I see that there's been an insurrection in the meantime. Please no budget onyx. Budget small dark. Gotta move this chair. Easy, okay. Leaked splash screen. Okay. If you're watching the stream and you're, for some reason, not subscribed to Imported Cheese Fresh, please do so. I'll stop asking after we reach 1,000, but we have to get to 1,000 so that I can make, like, $5 from these streams, from, like, ad revenue. And more importantly, so I can add emotes. We can't actually get custom emotes until 1,000 subs, which is why people have to use the budget Onyx emote. It's also really hot. I'm gonna open the window. Hang on. Meteor mash. All right, let's finish this. I think a lot of these remaining moves are pretty easy to talk about, so... Here we go. Meteor Mash. Awesome name, which is also really confusing. Because the Japanese of this is literally Kometto Punchi. You might notice there's an English name called Comet Punch. So what's Comet Punch called in Japanese? It's called Consecutive Punch, so ugh. Meteor Mash, thankfully, way better than Comet Punch. 90 base power steel move, 90 accuracy unfortunately, but chance to raise your attack. Metagross is using this to mash you into a fine pulp. Very good. Big damage. That's about it, right? I guess Lucario also uses this sometimes. And Jirachi, maybe, if it's not trying to flinch you to death. That was pretty easy. Clefable gets it? Yeah, but it doesn't use it, right? Yeah, but it doesn't use it, but it gets it, yeah. Well, that was easy. Okay. Muddy Water. Has a chance to raise attack? I did mention it has a chance to raise attack, right? I definitely did. Okay. Muddy Water. No reason to muddy the waters here with an overly detailed explanation. For the most part, you'd rather use Surf, because Muddy Water has some pretty shaky accuracy at 85, but it has a chance to drop your opponent's accuracy, which normally you don't really care about. The big thing is that even past Gen 3, when Surf started hitting your ally, Muddy Water continues to only hit enemies, which is the main use that it has over Surf. I think we just put this as like high filler, right? Or maybe like high niche. Put it like high niche. There you go. That's the main use of Muddy Water. Low staples is what people... Do people agree with low staples? Does anybody actually use this in doubles? Alright. We'll put it in low staples for its usage in doubles. I also think it's really funny to think about how they made the animation. They just like tinted Surf brown. It's been the easiest day at the office. Just put a color slider on it. We did it. I think that's enough for Muddy Water, right? Okay. We'll add this to the preview edit. Also, check out this image of a flooded Japanese subway station. No muddy water here. Okay. Mud shot. You'll use this on Marsh Stomp before you get Earthquake. That's about it. And the animation is such that if you're an 8-year-old, and this game is for children, it looks pretty funny. Okay. I guess I should actually also say what Mudshot does. Yeah. 55 base power. Let's do that again. Mudshot. 55 base power, 95 accuracy. Currently special, but, I mean, used to be physical. Back in Gen 3, when you used this on your Marsh Stomp, before you actually got Earthquake. Okay. And if you're 8 years old, which is the target audience of these games, the animation does line up so that it looks pretty funny. Alright. Mud Sport and Water Sport. Here's my analysis. The main use of these moves is sometimes AI opponents will use these and waste their turn. Complete garbage. What do they do? So, Mud Sport reduces the power of electric moves used, and Water Sport reduces the power of fire moves used. Okay. These do nothing. This is awful. These moves are also really confusing. Like, what sport is this? I've never heard of it. Chances are, if you're watching this 6-hour live stream, or even the much shorter, crisper premium edit, this is about the most exposure to sports that you get in your life, right? The names actually are a little bit less confusing in Japanese, because it's basically Mizu Asobi or Doro Asobi, so it's like to frolic or play in mud or water. Really not sure how they got sports out of these. I wouldn't register for these leagues. Are they good in doubles? I'm going to tell you no. Water sports. Do the effects affect just the Pokemon using it, or is it a lasting effect on your side of the field? It's a lasting effect on your side of the field. Like, what makes these moves extra hilarious is that if you're using Mud Sport, you're probably a ground type, right? So you don't care about electric moves. If you're using Water Sport, you're probably a water type, right? So you don't care about fire moves. Awful. These moves, I've disqualified them, alright? No more sports. You're grounded. Mudded. It's awful. Yeah, okay, we're done with these. Alright, well, apparently Krabby can get Mud Sport, and Krabby is weak to electric, so there you go. Huge counterplay. I get Nature Power and Secret Power confused. I was just about to say that. But they actually are pretty different. But they're also kind of similar. Nature Power. And I guess also Secret Power, because they interact with terrain. Camouflage interacts with terrain, and it's horrible. Is Nature Power any better? I mean, a little bit. It's definitely still bad. So what Nature Power does is that it becomes a different move based on the area it's used in. And luckily for Nature Power users, the moves it becomes are actually really good. So let's take a look at those right now, because there's no way I can remember them. We'll just look at the most recent generation here. So here you go. You can see, if you're using this in a link battle, so if it's a competitive match, it only ever becomes Tri-Attack. That's pretty unfortunate. Caves, it becomes Power Gem. In, I guess, just sandy areas, it becomes Earth Power. Hey, that's okay. Water becomes Hydro Pump, Snow and Ice, Ice Beam on a bridge. Air Slash! In grassy areas, Energy Ball, Misty Terrain, Moonblast. Hey! Electric Terrain, Thunderbolt, Psychic Terrain, Psychic. Wow, so most of these moves that it can become are actually pretty good. So why is it bad? Because what the hell are you running Nature Power for? How about you just use these moves? What? I guess the reason why you'd run Nature Power is because you can't actually use these moves, but you also can't control which Nature Power you get, right? You have to be in the certain area that becomes the move you want. When is this ever happening? It's not. But in honor of the fact that it becomes good moves, we'll put it at the very top of bad. How about that? Nature Power is actually niche? I don't believe you. What is the niche? Because if you're in a competitive match, is Tri-Attack, unless you're in a terrain. No. There's way too much work. Nature Power works when you use weather? I don't think it interacts with weather at all. It just interacts with terrain. Grassy terrain, Heatran using Energy Ball? I mean, I guess? Like, it seems like a lot of work. Where's Secret Power? Here it is. I'm gonna have to leave, but great stream and look forward to the edit. Bye, geez. Bye, thanks for coming by. Yeah, the terrain moves are really strong. Like, the moves you get are really strong, but you have no way to control this. Or you have to invest a lot to actually control which one you get. In what context are you actually looking at your available moves and being like, you know what, I want to use Nature Power. I think that'll give me the edge I need. Pretty much the only use of Nature Power was... Where was it? Here it is. The main use of Nature Power was back in Gen 5. In Link battles, it actually became Earthquake. So for a very brief moment, it was not a joke. It's overall a joke. And we'll also talk about Secret Power. Because it has very similar interactions as Nature Power, except it's way worse. It's just bad. So Secret Power, it is look at this, 70 base power, normal move. So already not looking that great. Maybe it changes. Well, you get a 30% chance of causing a secondary effect based on the environment you're in. What are these secondary effects? Well, let's look at the most recent generation. In a link battle, so the place is probably going to get used, 30% chance to cause paralysis. Oh, okay. It might cause flinching in a cave. You could lower accuracy by 1 stage. Oh, sand in their eyes. Lower attack by 1 stage on the water. Soak them. Might freeze them on snow and ice, so 30% chance to freeze. That's actually really high. Might burn in a volcano. Lower defense by 1 stage in ultra space, but then you have to buy Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You're not going to do that. Causing sleep on grass terrain. That's something. Lowering special attack by 1 stage on misty terrain, who cares? Lowering speed by 1 stage on psychic terrain, that's okay. So most of these you don't really care about. And again, as with nature power, you can't really control the environments you're in unless you're using a terrain effect. Ugh, 70 base power, physical normal move. I'm unimpressed. What is this? I heavily disagree. It's a solid move you can get early and use it all the time, especially in Gen 3. We'll put it in filler. There you go. How about that? It does damage, I guess. Mediocre normal type damage. And maybe it has a secondary effect. But I wouldn't count on it. Filler is fair? Okay, good. That's the secret. Alright. Needle Arm! Hooah! I think it's a 60 base power grass move with a chance to flinch, but the Pokemon that have it Cacturne line and like the cactus Pokemon, they're like really slow. Filler! Put it below Magical Leaf because more Pokemon actually get Magical Leaf. That was easy. Dang, no mention of secret bases, the best mechanic? Alright, I guess we'll mention that. And I guess you need secret power to access secret bases, but you know what? I never liked them. Please don't unsubscribe. Quilladin also gets Needle Arm? Oh, that's cool. But Quilladin's also really slow. So I think it's fair to say that for every Pokemon that actually gets Needle Arm, the flinch chance basically doesn't matter. Yeah, all these Pokemon are super slow. It's just a decent filler move. Okay. Odor Sleuth. Ah! I detect. What's that? That seems kind of suspicious. Oh, we're talking about Odor Sleuth. Okay. Alright. Odor Sleuth. I've sniffed out a placement for this move. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. So what it does, it's the exact same as Foresight, where it allows you to hit ghost types with normal and fighting moves. So it's really, really bad Scrappy. I guess you could use this to negate your opponent's immunity to Rapid Spin. Does any Pokemon actually get Odor Sleuth and Rapid Spin? No, right? Let's check. Odor Sleuth. Growlithe, sweet. I wish these had pictures. Oh, Donphan does. Yeah. Donphan can Odor Sleuth and then Rapid Spin on ghosts. And AI opponents can Odor Sleuth to waste their turn, allowing you to beat them. It's about the extent of the use for Odor Sleuth. Odor Sleuth and Nisha Nature Power on bad? I think Odor Sleuth is better than Nature Power, because you could actually Odor Sleuth Rapid Spin. Why are you ever running Nature Power? Wow, people hate Odor Sleuth. Alright, fine, this move stinks. But I still think it's better than Nature Power. Anything else to say about Odor Sleuth?
At least it counters double team spammers. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I completely forgot to mention that it negates enemy evasion boosts. But it doesn't matter. Nature Power can become great coverage. It's so easy to change terrains. Yeah, but why are you using like Nature Power on your terrain teams? Nobody does this. This is like a crazy alternate meta where everyone's running Nature Power. Odor Sleuth has a bad odor or something. I think I said the move stinks, right? All right, I personally think Nature Power is bad, but I guess I'll consider viewer input and I'll put it at the bottom of niche. But I think it's bad. All right, next. Overheat. Well, we're not going to overrate this one, but it's really good. Big damage. Boom! 140 base power fire move, but then it drops your special attack by 2. So I think this is the right way to do powerful moves with drawback. Because you still have a lot of freedom in what you can do next turn. You can just go ahead and overheat again, at which point, I mean, honestly, you probably want to switch out, but it's good. Power at a price, at a reasonable price. I would pay that. It's also very, very good on mixed Pokemon. So, like, Mixed Salamence loves this thing because if there's a Pokemon with really good physical defense, but, like, weaker special defense, you can just overheat, blow them up, and then you're not actually going to use your special attack again, so the downside doesn't even affect you. Really, really good. We'll also do Psycho Boost at the same time because it's the same, except it's just type shifted with much lower distribution. But Psycho Boost is used on Deoxys attack to delete your opponent. And then I guess you better switch out. And yeah, both of these moves have been nerfed. They used to be 140, now they're 130, but still really, really strong. Really, really strong. Very good moves. You think Psycho Boost is better because a better Pokemon gets it? But way more Pokemon get Overheat. Oh, Psycho Boost never got nerfed? Overheat got nerfed for sure. Yeah, Overheat got nerfed to 130. But they didn't nerf Psycho Boost? Yeah, they didn't. Wow. So Psycho Boost, Legendary Privilege, it actually never got nerfed down to 130. It's still 140. Boostin'. What a weird name, though, because you'd assume that Psycho Boost is some sort of, boosting move, and it's not. It's actually the opposite. It drops your stats. Very weird. I think most people will agree Overheat and Psycho Boost, both in high staples. They're both really good. What's the Japanese? It's Psycho Boost. It's the exact same. It's literally Psycho Boosto. Oh, it's not long. Psycho Boosto. Yeah, it's the same. I wouldn't oppose Psycho Boost in Homeless, but alas. I mean, Deoxys actually does use this, right? Alright, Poison Fang. I think this is the... Okay, well, here we go. Poison Fang. I had an argument with a viewer once about the actual poison chance of this. I thought it was 30%, but it's actually 50. Wow. So a lot of weird things about this move, because it's actually a 50% chance to inflict a poison status. And it's not just poison, it's toxic poison. I don't think there's another way to inflict toxic poison aside from the move toxic and 2 layers of toxic spikes. So that's pretty unique. Is this move actually any good? I mean, no, not really, but we'll put it like here. Generally, if you're a Pokemon that wants to inflict your opponent with toxic, you just use toxic, especially because toxic has way higher distribution. And Poison Fang, it's basically on a couple poison Pokemon. And you're not doing big damage, you're barely doing any. It's pretty weak. I think it's like, it's not even 60 base power, is it? Is it? Might be 65. Oh, it's 50, yeah. I mean, a very paltry 50 base power. So, like a very paltry 50 base power on arguably the worst attacking type in the entire game. Really not worth using it as an alternative to Toxic. You would just use Toxic. So this is mostly just for your in-game playthrough if you have like a poison type that uses this as their filler stab. And maybe you can poison your opponent. But poisoning in-game doesn't really matter anyway. Tyrantrum and Sharpedo get it? Oh, maybe. Wow, 100 accuracy, that's cool. At least it damages. Barely. But like the aspects, the damage and the status aspect of Poison Fang kind of pull it in 2 different directions. Because in competitive, you don't care about the damage. It doesn't do any damage. Just use Toxic. That's what you really want to do. And in-game, you don't care about the Toxic aspect. You just want to do damage, and it doesn't do that much damage. Very disappointing. But it's neat that it's a damaging move that can actually inflict Toxic. Half the time. It's better than Poison Tail. Yeah, so Poison Tail is a 50 base power poison move with a chance to regular poison. What's that chance? Well, Poison Fang at 50%, right? So what does Poison Tail do? 10% chance. Wow. So basically never. Most of the time you're just using a 50 base power poison move. Horrendous. Ripperoni Seviper. Crush Claw is definitely better. It feels like Poison Tail has a high crit rate, right? Sharp Tail. It does have a high crit rate. Hey. High crit rate's not worth much. Very underwhelming. I think that's it for Poison Tail. Should have been Slash with a poison chance? Yeah. That would have been fair. I don't know why it's so weak. Alright. Recycle. Or, according to what I wrote here, Recycle. Sorry. So, Recycle gives you back your item if you had a consumable item that you used in battle. Like, say, a citrus berry. Or, like... I need another one that's not Lepa Berry. Citrus berry. I'll just start with Oranberry. So... Recycle, or according to what I wrote here, Recycle. Sorry. So Recycle, it gives you back a consumable item if you used it in battle. So say you used a citrus berry. Oh, you can get it back. A Chesto berry, you can get it back. Or a Lepa berry, because you're Fun Bro. Yeah, we talked about Fun Bro earlier, so we're not going to do it again. But I think this is a very solid niche move. You can use Recycle for some fun cheese strats with consumable items that are no longer consumable, assuming you're willing to spend a move slot and a turn to get it back. Somebody suggested that I just do the entire Fun Bro bit again, because we're recycling and reusing and reducing, the 3 R's, but no, I'm not going to do that. Not recycling content. Who do you think we are? This ain't Game Freak. Does it work with gems? I think so. Let's see what Recycle actually gives you back. Does it show you? Or is it just any consumable item? Is there a chart? Nope. What in the world? No, there's no actual chart. Wow, a lot of criteria here. So I think you can get gems back. Doesn't say you can't. I mean, yeah, it can restore power herbs, but like, what's the point, right? Because you save the turn on your power herb move, but then you have to spend a turn recycling. What? And of course, yeah, but recycle, unfortunately, hard countered by knockoff, because if your item gets knocked off, you can't recycle it. As if knockoff needed to be stronger. Level 1 sturdy magnemite plus recycle and citrus berry. I guess the previous citrus berry that gave you flat HP, right? You gotta go with the berry juice, bro. Does it say anywhere that you can't recycle air balloon? Oh, yeah. Apparently, one of the only items you can't actually recycle is air balloons, so I guess the plastic just wasn't recyclable. Refresh. Pokemon Refresh. What generation is that from? 7, maybe? Me was 6, right? So Refresh, very straightforward, cures your own status condition. That's alright. It's probably a niche move, I would say. We'll put it next to Resile. Milotic uses this, I guess. It's alright. You'd much rather have Natural Cure, which just heals you when you switch out, but if you don't have it, maybe you're going to refresh yourself. But there's a bit of tension here, because maybe you would rather just run Rest, because then that also cures your status, but it also heals you, but it also puts you to sleep. So you might run Refresh instead, since that doesn't put you to sleep. It's alright. It's not a joke, but I wouldn't consider it that great either. I think it's fair to say that this is strictly worse than either Aromatherapy or Heal Bell, because Aromatherapy and Heal Bell also heal your status, not just your teammates. But I think Refresh might have more PP. I guess you wouldn't use this on Milotic if you wanted to actually use... I guess you wouldn't use this on Milotic if you actually wanted to use Marvel Scale. I guess a nice use of Refresh is if you're on a setup Pokemon that doesn't want to be statused, like as somebody mentioned, E-Killer Arceus. Really hates getting Will-O-Wisp, and you can just go ahead and refresh that burn right off, and then continue mauling your opponent's team. Nice. Have I ranked Morbius yet? I mean, we'd need a new tier, right? I think it's enough for Refresh, right? Okay. Revenge. A dish best served cold, and yet it's a fighting type move, not ice. So 60 base power, but if you get damaged, then it doubles to 120. Whoa! Big damage! It's basically a 60 base power move. It's filler. We'll put it like here. It does actually do big damage if you get hit. But, I mean, it's so unreliable. If you don't get hit, then it's very mediocre. And this does have negative priority, so it helps you with getting hit, but what if you don't want to get hit? What if you just want to hit your opponent and kill them without taking a hit first? Yeah, you'd much rather do that. It's not the worst thing ever, though. It's okay. And somebody did mention it, notably in Smash, because Incineroar, I think, has Revenge as his down B. You can do some really silly stuff with insane revenge damage. It's better than submission. Yeah, I agree. I think that's enough for revenge, right? Is there anything we can say about Metal Gear Revengeance? I don't think so. No jokes about Metal Gear Revengeance. All right. Okay, Rock Tomb. Maybe this is what they were alluding to with the mysterious TM for Tombstoner. Yeah, Rock Tomb, it's a pretty good filler move. I'm going to put it really high up here. So it's 60 base power rock move. With upside, it reduces your opponent's speed. And if you're Bloom with Technician, this is actually, like, I'd say better than Stone Edge because you get the speed drop, which is very relevant because Bloom is sort of at that speed where it's probably faster after it drops your speed with Rock Tomb. Yeah. Cool. I was thinking that's a pretty funny animation, like boom, 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 boom. And as if that wasn't enough to show that you were in Tomb, then they hit you with the X. Ugh. Also, Onyx uses this in Fire Red to crush your dreams if you pick Charmander. For a filler move, it's pretty good. Anything else to say about Rock Tomb? The move was Big Garbo before Gen 6. Did they buff this? Oh, we went too far back. Hang on. Rock Tomb. Oh, they did buff it. Oh, whoa. So yeah, Rock Tomb used to be 50... So Rock Tomb used to be 50 base power, 80 accuracy. Gen 6 big buffs. 60 base power. It's not that big of a buff. 95 accuracy. Entomb them. Definitely better than Stone Edge on Technician Breloom. Honestly, if we put Muddy Water at the bottom of staples, I think Rock Tomb has enough like special usage to actually make it a staple. I think. I mean, like, look at these other moves in filler. I think Rock Tomb is significantly better than all of them. Entomb them. Let's get a Rock Tombstone pizza. Rock Tomb Raiders. That's enough for Rock Tomb, I think. What is Blaze Kick doing in staples? Blaze Kick is really good. What are you talking about? There's a bunch of Pokemon that get Blaze Kick but no other coverage options. It's better than Fire Punch. Role play. Role play. I guess every move is role play because this is an RPG, right? And the RP stands for role play in game. We're always role playing. Add this to the list of moves outclassed by abilities because Trace is automatic role play. Automatic role play is surprisingly good. Manual role play is as bad as you would expect. Why am I spending a turn to copy my opponent's ability? I'm not. You could maybe use this to copy your ally's ability in doubles, but no. It's Giga Gimmick very rarely pays off. I don't like it, but we won't quite put it in bad. It's low niche. Maybe there's something you can do with this. Anybody have any ideas? I don't. Just roleplay Shedinja? Roleplay degenerate in VR chat. Ugh. So let's see if there's... Let's just check if there's anything you can't roleplay, because there's definitely some stuff you can't. I'm assuming you can't roleplay Wonder Garden. Here we go. Yeah, you can't roleplay Wonder Garden. So, nope. Roleplay is the move of choice in Limsa Laminsa. You have to unequip your items first, though. Only FF14 players will understand. Which you should be. There's a very generous free trial that includes not only the entire base game, but also the award-winning Heavensward expansion. You can't trace Wonder Guard either, I think. No, you can, right? You can trace Wonder Guard. I remember being surprised that you could. Like, we just did this. Yeah, you can copy Wonder Guard. With Trace, but you can't copy it with roleplay. I'm only on Final Fantasy V. I know you're kidding. But to anybody that's worried about starting Final Fantasy XIV because you haven't played the first 13, it's not related to any of the others. You can just start it. Like, it's completely separate. And I do recommend it. It's very good. Can I truly never escape people shilling FF14? You can't. Game's too good, bro. I do not have a good platform to play FF14. I literally bought a PS4 to play FF14. It's really good. Alright, enough FF14 shilling for now. Started watching AOT? That's a good idea. Much less of an investment than playing FF14. Alright, here we go. Sand Tomb. We just used all of our tomb jokes on Rock Tomb. We can recile them. For Sand Tomb. Alright, so Sand Tomb is very underwhelming. It's Dusty Wrap, I guess. It's ground type. Where did we put those? I think we put them in niche? Or did we put them in filler? Wherever we put the other trap and move, that's where this one goes. Bad. It's pretty bad. Here, I guess? How's this seem? What if Whirlpool was ground? What's the whole chain here? So, what if Wrap was water? That's Whirlpool. And what if Whirlpool was ground? It's Sand Tomb. There we go. Sand Tomb should be in bad. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, so it doesn't really do any damage, but it does trap your opponent, and it does deal periodic damage to them. It's not nothing. It's something. And apparently, Fire Scissor in the chat is really excited about Sand Tomb Scissor being able to beat Magnezone, I guess. But one of the reasons why Wrap and Bind were able to get a little bit of a boost in the list was because they existed in Gen 1, where the trapping moves were really dumb and completely locked you down. But since Gen 2, they no longer do that. They just prevent your opponent from switching and deal a bit of periodic damage. Not the worst thing ever, but I wouldn't use it. Anything else to say about Sand Tomb? Aside from jokes about Binding Band. Sand Tomb has Garbo accuracy? It's like 85, right? It's not that bad. $85. Oh, okay. Alright, apparently Sand Tomb accuracy used to be 70. Yikes. But now it's 85. It's also pretty bad. We'll move this down. We'll put it above Snatch, I guess. Put a Gara pick? Sure. What does he use? Desert Coffin, or like Desert Burial is what he uses, right? I think this is your best option on, like, what, Sandile for a while? That's pretty sad. In the future, we should talk about Galarian Stunfisk's signature Snap Trap being Grass Sand Tomb. I guess we can talk about it now, although we probably won't make it into the final video. I actually don't know what Snap Trap does. Gen 8? Looks better than Sand Tomb to me. 100 accuracy. Why is this a ground type move? Or why is this a grass type move? It's called Sand Coffin. Honestly, we're going to put this in filler. Because there's quite a few ground type moves that I don't have... where did I put this? I had this here. Honestly, we're going to put this in filler because there's quite a few ground type Pokemon where early game you have nothing better to do than Sand Tomb. So I guess you'll toss some Sand Tombs over your opponent's way and hope that it hits. Which it might after the accuracy boost to 85. I think Gara has multiple sand moves, right? He has Sand Coffin, or it's like Desert Coffin, and then like Desert Burial. I think it's enough for Sand Tomb, right? Okay. Shadow Punch. From the shadows. A fist! It didn't get in the frame. Okay, alright. Shadow Punch. From the shadows. A fist! It's still not in the frame. Okay, I have to put it like there. Okay, alright. Shadow Punch. From the shadows. A fist! You never saw it coming, which is why it always hits. It's filler. It's filler. This used to be like the best physical ghost move in the game, which was really sad. So you had people talking about Iron Fist, Shadow Punch, Golurk, just trying to make it work. But they've since added Poltergeist, which is way, way, way better. It's okay. Doesn't Shadow Punch get boosted by Iron Fist for Golurk? I literally just said that, right? You didn't realize I do multiple takes? Yeah, so the very first live stream one I did was Gen 5, and I didn't do multiple takes. And then when I was making the premium, it was just a disaster. Well, not a disaster, but it really dragged. So since then, even though it makes the lives a little bit more tedious, I do multiple takes because I want to make sure that for the premium, I can just like string everything together. Because the premium is what I really care about. Since that's what kind of stays up and what people will see into the future. So, sorry, please understand that we have to do multiple takes. When have physical ghosts ever had it good? Since the addition of Poltergeist. Poltergeist is really good. Oh, I guess Shadowclaw. Shadowclaw was a better physical ghost option than Shadow Punch, but still pretty sad compared to Poltergeist. Here's a strat, eat a knockoff so that you can't get poltergeisted. Unfortunately, you've become a ghost type yourself because the knockoff killed you. Okay. Sheer Cold. Kills your opponent in one hit. Whoa! 30% of the time. If you're an ice type, because if you're not an ice type, it actually has an accuracy penalty. If you're an ice type, you're also completely immune to Sheer Cold. Wow! Banned in competitive. Not because it's good, but because it's just an RNG fiesta. Would you ever use this in-game? No? Just attack your opponent and kill them. That's a 1-hit KO move. Where do we put this? Where do we put the other 1-hit KO moves? Do we put them in bad? I think so. Absolutely destroys Machamp with no guard. So, watch out for that. I mean, 30% of the time it kills your opponent, right? And 70% of the time it does nothing. I don't like those odds. Anything else to say about Sheer Cold? I guess Articuno does have access to the Mind Reader Sheer Cold combo. Just use Ice Beam, bro. Shoutouts to Gen 1 of Gen 1, Pokemon Green Blizzard. Because Pokemon Green Blizzard had a 30% freeze chance, and freeze in Gen 1, you were dead. You never thawed, so it was basically a 120 base power ice move with a free Sheer Cold. Wow. I guess I'd say this is overall better than Horn Drill, Fissure, or Guillotine, because nothing is immune to this except for Ice types, and for Ice types, you can just use any other move and kill them, so Sheer Cold's good in that sense. Best move in the history of Pokemon ever for Pokemon Green Blizzard? I agree. Super busted. Oh, yeah. So Lord Remium mentions there's only 4 1-hit KO moves in the history of the series. 3 of them were added in Gen 1. And the last one, Sheer Cold, was here in Gen 3. That's it. We're never going to talk about another 1-hit KO move again. There aren't any others. Alright. Shockwave! 60 base power special electric move. Perfect accuracy. Never misses because it bypasses accuracy checks. Filler! I'll put it with Aerial Ace. A surprisingly high distribution, right? You get the Shockwave TM and start mildly shocking things. You would almost certainly rather use Thunderbolt, but maybe you don't get Thunderbolt. Okay. You get this from Watson in Gen 3, and I think Watson has a hilarious French name. In French, his name is Voltaire. That's really funny. I think that's it for Shockwave, right? Shockwave worse Aerial Ace has an immunity and more resistances? What? I mean, I know it has an immunity, but I think Electric in general is still better than Flying. Signal Beam is in the Thanos Snap tier? Oh, it got removed? Oh, okay. Alright, so Signal Beam unfortunately got hit by the Pokemon Thanos Snap because they removed it from the game for whatever reason. Why? So this is just a special coverage move for bugs. What even is the base power on this? It's not 80, is it? I'm going to check that. Signal Beam. 75. Yeah. Alright, so Signal Beam. 75 base power special bug move with a 10% chance to confuse your opponent. Alright. Unfortunately, this got hit by the Pokemon Thanos Snap because it got removed from the game. I don't know why. This is probably going to be the least exciting addition to Staples because you're really sad when you use this move, but sometimes you would. Bug is just an atrocious offensive type, but on like Pokemon like, I don't know, Espeon, where you're really hurting for moves to use, I guess you're using Signal Beam. It's better than nothing. It's not quite a filler. But if you have Bug Buzz, you definitely just use that. And it's got pretty surprisingly good distribution. Quite a few Pokemon actually get Signal Beam and would maybe consider using it. I think it goes a little bit above filler for that. Porygon gets Signal Beam. Tiana Marie, hi. Hi, hello. Anything else for Signal Beam? I think that's fine. Alakazam uses Signal Beam to hit Psychics and Tyranitar in the same move. Yeah. I think low Staples is fair for Signal Beam. We'll actually put it ahead of Rock Tomb. Alright. Silver Wind. It's the bug type. I forgot the name. Ancient Power. Alright. Silver Wind. It's the bug type Ancient Power. So same effect. It's 60 base power. 10% chance to raise all of your stats. So if you're really lucky, this move's amazing. 90% of the time, this move is very whatever. We'll go ahead and put it in filler, I think. It's okay on, like, Beautifly, but okay on Beautifly. What kind of endorsement is that? I've used this on Serene Grace Pokemon, like, I think Togekiss actually gets Silver Wind. You can go ahead and get a 20% chance for that juicy Omniboost. And I guess Scizor actually used this back when all bug moves were physical and before it actually got better physical bug moves. Like U-Turn. It's okay. Filler. Did this move also get deleted? Silver Wind. Wow, it really got deleted. I got an error. Looks like Bulbapedia is having some issues. Yeah, deleted. So Silver Wind also got Pokemon Thanos snapped. Can no longer select it, so I guess you could say it's gone with the Silver Wind. Alright. Skill Swap. Not quite this video's sponsor's Skillshare. Nah, we're not sponsored. So Skill Swap does pretty much exactly what it says. It just swaps your ability with the enemy. Or your targets. You can also use this on your ally. Typically, you're going to use this on your ally to get rid of Truant, I guess. Kind of lame. But then you have Truant. Whoops. You didn't want that. It's okay. And by okay, I mean niche. Where's roleplay? We'll put it above roleplay. I think it's generally a little bit better than roleplay. Shoutouts to Pokemon Coliseum's final boss, who has a skill swap Pokemon and a slacking. Yeah, this is more of a doubles ability, but even in doubles, it's like real gimmicky to try and get this thing to work. I mean, I guess you could say that because the Pokemon Coliseum final boss actually does try and do a slacking skill swap strat, that this is a final boss level skill. Wow. Sorry, I'll redo that. I guess you could say that since the Pokemon Coliseum final boss does actually try to use skill swap slacking strats, this is actually a final boss level strategy. The final boss of a Pokemon game, though. Don't get too excited. Can you skill swap Wonder Guard? I think you can. Pretty much any move that interacts with abilities, we have to look up to see how it does with Wonder Guard. Let's see. Nah, you can't skill swap Wonder Guard. And did that ever change? Nope. Yeah. Can't skill swap Wonder Guard. Not really a surprise though. All right. Sky Uppercut. Very cool move, right? Shoryuken! Shoryuken actually does mean something, right? It's a Rising Dragon Fist. Sky Uppercut. We'll put it at the very top of filler. That's where it rises up to. It's not bad. You just have way better options most of the time. What's the actual base power on this thing? $85. Wow, with 90 accuracy. Yeah, it's not horrible. In Gen 3, you're going to be Sky Uppercutting on Blaziken and Breloom, because you can't really do anything else. But in general, it's not really a coverage move, because the distribution is so low, and most Pokemon that actually are Sky Uppercutting have better things they can do, so it's not quite a staple. But it does have a very neat effect in that you can actually Sky Uppercut flying Pokemon, like during their fly stage, or like bouncing Pokemon. But chances are, if they're using Fly or Bounce, they're probably a flying type, right? So at best you're doing neutral damage, and more often you're actually just getting resisted. But it's cool that it works that way, right? How can you make a tier list? What are you talking about? What does that mean? What do you mean, how can I make a tier list? We're making one right now. Sky Uppercut needs a buff? I agree. I think it should be like 100 base power. I was talking about giving Shedinja Sturdy. There is one puzzle in VR, Fire Red VR missions where the goal is to give Shedinja Sturdy. So what you have to actually do is negate Wonder Guard with Worry Seed, and then do a skill swap chain to give it Sturdy. It's pretty interesting. Okay, I think that's about everything for Sky Uppercut, right? Cool move. Alright. Slack Off. So as a Snorlax, this is my favorite move, and... What? I've just been informed that Snorlax doesn't actually get Slack Off. What? What? Alright, well, Slack Off's really good. We're gonna go ahead and put it all the way up here. So Slack Off, it's just like all of the other recovery moves. Gives you back 50% of your HP right away. Nice. Not much else to say about that. I think this was added as the signature move of Slacking, but Slacking never uses it, right? I have 160 base attack and can only act every other turn. I think I'm gonna heal myself. No. Also another featured move on Fun Bro. Anything else to say about Slack Off? I think that's it, right? Reliable recovery moves are really good. Slack Off's a reliable recovery move. There you go. Honestly, I don't even think Snorlax would be OP if it had Slack Off. It would just be a lot better. It'd be sick if Slacking could use on Truant Tunes. I think that would actually be really interesting. If the only thing you could do on Truant turns was to slack off, that would actually be, I think, really flavorful and really fun. I think Slacking would still be, like, bad, but it would be way better. That'd be great. Make it a lot harder to actually take Slacking down. Alright. Smelling salts. Apparently it used to be called smelling salt with no space, and then it was changed to be smelling salts with a space and plural. This is definitely one move I remember when I first played Gen 3 when I was a kid. I'm like, what the hell is smelling salt? I still don't know, which is why we're going to look it up now. I think you use it to, like, revive people if they're, like, passed out. Smelling salts. You can buy on Amazon, apparently. Images. We got some people smelling salts. Okay, so it's apparently a very strongly smelling salt, as in like a compound, a chemical compound, that you use to help revitalize people who have fainted. Why in the world does this cure paralysis? Okay, let's describe what the move actually does. So, I think it's 70 base power, and then it doubles in power if your opponent is paralyzed, but then it cures their paralysis. And it's a normal type move. Okay. What? Put it like here. What? I thought for the longest time that this woke your opponent up, right? Like, it was like wake up slap, but it's not. And this is the signature move of Makuhita line? Why are they carrying, like, smelling salts? Why is this a normal type move? Why is it cure paralysis and not sleep? What does this have to do with the Makuhita line? So many questions. This is also, what, the second smell-related move? We had Odor Sleuth, and now we've got some smelling salts. What's the Japanese name? I think it's Resuscitate. Let's double-check that. Kitsuke, yeah, Resuscitation. No salts! Why did they call this smelling salts? Honestly, this might be like a sumo thing. I'm gonna look it up. Let's look it up together right now. We'll swap our keyboard to Japanese, and we'll see if we can find an answer. So I'm gonna look up sumo. You can't quite see. So this is actually it's a page about sumo vocab. Let's see if we can find it. Nope. What if we put it in kanji? Not that one. Nope. Trying to find other answers for this. If I just search without sumo, I get a lot of results for like defibrillators, resuscitating people that way. Is what it seems to be. So nothing about salt. What is this? Alright, that's enough about smelling salts. I guess it would have to do with smelling salts being used in sports, right? That's gotta be it. It's probably gonna be way shorter in the premium version. Is this the strangest move name of all? It might be. Yeah, does Bulbapedia even have any trivia on this? Yeah. Bulbapedia, as confused as I am, despite real-life smelling salts restoring consciousness, smelling salts... So, Bulbapedia, as confused as I am, despite real-life smelling salts restoring consciousness, smelling salts cures paralysis. Another move, Wake Up Slap, does this instead. Really confusing. Alright, enough of this. Spit Up. So this has to be done in combination with Stockpile and Swallow. So Stockpile, I'm actually going to put at the very bottom of Niche because it's bad cosmic power. It gives you +1/+1 to your defenses, but you can only go up to +3, whereas cosmic power you can go all the way up to +6. And Stockpile allows you to use Spit Up and Swallow, which are both bad. Very, very bad. So what do these moves actually do? I mentioned what Stockpile does. Gives you +1/+1 to your defenses, but it can only go up to 3, because you can stockpile up to 3. Then you can cash in those stockpiles for huge rewards, right? I mean, you spend so much time setting it up. Well, if you're Spit Up, you do 100 base damage normal attack for each turn you stockpiled. But you have to spend a turn stockpiling, so it's kind of like using a 50 base power normal move twice. Well, that seems really bad. But I guess you can hit your opponent with all 3 charges at once? Sounds horrible to me. But it's still better than Swallow. You would assume that 1 charge of Stockpile would give you 50% recovery on Swallow, right? Because you had to invest an entire turn into it. 1 charge of Swallow is 25% recovery. Horrible. 2 charges gets you to Slack Off, but it took you 3 turns. And the max 3 charge Stockpile Swallow gives you full recovery. Horrible. You're spending 3 of your move slots to unlock Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up. Awful, awful, awful. Don't do this. The only reason that Stockpile is not in bad is because I use Stockpile in Gen 4 on Drifloon, or Driftblim, because I didn't actually have access to Cosmic Power, and I would Stockpile, Substitute, and then pass that to a Linoon, who would then sweep with Belly Drum. And if I hadn't done that, I would also put this in bad. I'm biased. These moves suck. Also, it's worth noting that when you use Spit Up or Swallow, you actually lose your Stockpile boosts. Whoops. Yeah, it's bad. Naughty move names? Yeah, okay. I didn't even mention that, but yeah. Anything to add about Stockpile, Swallow, and Spit Up? I think that's everything, right? You basically would use Stockpile by itself, never intending to swallow or spit up. Just keep stocking. Up to 3, I guess. Alright. Continuing. How long are we? Almost 5 hours. Yeah, we're gonna finish this before 6 hours. Easy. Stonks. Stonk pile. Alright. Superpower. Definitely a staple move, but one that you very rarely want to use, right? It's kind of sad. Where do we put this? Here-ish? So 120 base power fighting move, 100 accuracy. Ooh, wow. With a pretty severe drawback. It drops your defense, who cares? But it also drops your attack. So that's really unfortunate. This was used a lot in Gen 3, and even to this day, for some Pokemon, it's their best option for a fighting move, but that drawback just sucks. It's really unfortunate. If you can learn both close combat and superpower, you're close combat and you're getting in there. But if your only option is superpower, you would begrudgingly use it. And also, if you're a contrary Pokemon that has superpower, as in, Ingame? What's that thing evolve into? The evolution of Ingame. You really like this move. Because it actually becomes a 120 base power fighting move with upside. It also bulks you up. Very nice. Malamar, that's what it's called. Uh-oh. We've got some steel types in the chat. Hang on, we've got to deal with these. Okay, message deleted. Thank you, mods. You can use superpower to defeat steel type bots in the chat. Well done. But now we've got an attack and defense penalty. Too bad. Okay, that's a pretty interesting message. Enough watch stream, girls here, and then a link. It's only one sentence, but they couldn't even get the English right. So sad. Well, it's not quite enough watch stream, but it almost is. One more row to go. The old one was better, because it said, hot boys and girls in your area. Anything else to add about superpower? I think we covered it. Unfortunate drawback, but still worth using, and definitely worth using if you actually get boosted from contrary. Alright. Tail Glow. I think this is the first move we're covering that actually has a drastic stat boost. So most stat boosts are sharp, which is +2, but this is drastic. It is +3. Ho! So unless you are Volbeat, who uses this and still sucks, using this turns you into an absolute monster. So we're going to go ahead and put this in stables, I think, for sure. It's basically used on Manaphy. So Manaphy only has 100 special attack, which isn't bad. But when you multiply it by 2.5 in one turn, wow, get ready to deal big deeps. I think Ampharos also gets this. And of course, because it's a bug move and Game Freak hates bug types for whatever reason, Pokemon Snapped. It's gone in Gen 8, but I mean, it had a good run, right? Yeah, raising your offensive stat by 3. Wow. Xurkitree could also use this. Get zapped. Good move. Could even go higher. But I'll just put it here for now. Anything else to say about Tail Glow? A really glowing review of this move. It's great. Massive damage. I think that's it for Tail Glow, right? Let me just make sure I wasn't lying when I said that Ampharos had it. I'm almost certain Ampharos has this. Back end fetch failed. Whoops. Bulbapedia, please. Oh, we're back. Oh. I lied. Ampharos doesn't get this. But wouldn't that be nice if it did? Alright, next. Taunt. Come at me, bro. So Taunt, worse than useless in-game, right? Because it makes your opponent use attacking moves on you. And you don't actually want that, right? You want them to waste their time doing weird status stuff. Maybe, playing some sports. But in competitive, this move is amazing. Amazing. We're going to put it all the way up here. Taunt is so good. So I mentioned this when we talked about Follow Me, but in most games, Taunt forces your opponent to, attack you. This is kind of what it does. It forces your opponent to only use damaging moves. What if they don't have damaging moves that they want to use? Well, you just made them useless. So this is used on offensive Pokemon. If you're against a defensive Pokemon that is about to... people are typing meta defining? Sure. Yeah. If you're against a defensive Pokemon and the worst thing they can do to you is cripple you with some sort of status effect or start setting up hazards, pretty much anything that doesn't directly do damage to you but that you still hate, taunt them, bro. And they're completely useless. Super good. Super good. There's so many scenarios where you're against a defensive Pokemon that you can't quite one-shot. Just completely disable them. Come at me, bro. Ridiculous. Fight me. You would put it above Calm Mind? No. But it's really good. This is basically a one-hit KO move against defensive Pokemon. Unless they're Ferrothorn, because Ferrothorn can still kill you. Why does it have 94 base attack? Anything else to say about Taunt? Aside from that, it should maybe be even higher. I don't see any other messages. Good in doubles because protect? Yeah, you can turn off protect. You can turn off... It turns off everything that doesn't do damage. Debatably better than Calm Mind. I don't know about that. Better than Water Spout? Okay, sure. Since Water Spout is only good in Ubers, but Taunt is good in a lot of tiers? Okay, sure. Alright. Teeter Dance. It's AoE Confuse Ray. Well, Confuse Ray is not that good. And unless your partner has own tempo, you're also going to be confusing your partner. And Confusion has been nerfed. But, I mean, it's not bad. We'll put it in niche. How about that? Does anything get this other than Spinda? I'm gonna be dancing while I wait for an answer. Might actually be only Spinda. Something else gets this, right? Oricorio, I think. Wow, a lot of Pokemon get this. It's not only Spinda. Dude, people are teetering. Wow. Lots of teeter dancing. And I would say that, maybe in doubles with an own tempo partner, Teeter Dance actually does get to the point where the math works out in your favor because you spend one turn to confuse both of your opponents, and you might actually come out on top with the math there. It's not that bad, but you're then forced to use an own tempo partner just for this combo. I don't think so. Enough dancing. I'd put taunt over follow me, as follow me is only used in doubles. Okay, but I don't want to record that. But I agree. Teeter Dance is niche? That's where I put it, right? Okay. Alright. Tickle! Okay. Reduces your opponent's attack and defense, so they spent all that time bulking up and you just tickled them. Negated everything. More useful than you would think. So, it's bizarre, but one thing that you can do is, with Wobbuffet, trap your opponent and then start tickling. You wouldn't think this would be that useful, but it surprisingly is. Because it both makes your opponent hit you for less and also softens them up. And when they can't switch out, as in if you shadow tag them, this sort of puts them in the same situation as Memento, where they are in a weakened state and are forced to switch out, which then gives you a free move. Kind of silly. Well, if it gets tickle, it does. Why not does? You see, you can start tickling. Yeah, more useful than you would think. Anything else to say about tickle? I don't know how it tickles you, man. I don't know. Isn't charm just better? But tickle drops their defense. Makes them vulnerable. They gotta switch. Next. Okay. Torment. Kind of similar to taunt. So, Torment prevents your opponent from using the same move twice. So, you can combo it with Encore to force them to struggle. It's way worse than taunt or Encore. It's definitely a big gimmick. I wouldn't necessarily call it bad, but it's close. I mean, if your opponent wasn't going to use the same move twice, then this did nothing, right? And very often, they weren't going to use the same move twice. Way less useful than taunt, but not quite useless. Why not doesn't get tickle? What? I just looked this up. I looked this up yesterday. Do I have to redo this? Is this in order? Look at this. Why not? Tickle. Bonus shoutouts to Torment, though, for actually shutting down choice Pokemon, though, because choice Pokemon obviously can only use one attack. So if you Torment them, they start struggling. But honestly, choice Pokemon switch out a lot anyway, so this really isn't going to affect them that much. Anything else for Torment? I think that's it. Okay. Alright, next. Uproar. Just kidding, this is the third time I've pulled the wool over your eyes. Trick! Trick, get tricked. Really good. Really good. Really good. Yeah, Trick swaps items with your opponent. Now, that doesn't sound that good, but it is. It's really good. So, specifically with choice items. Because the choice items are really, really, really good when you actually want them. And they're really, really, really bad when you don't. So you put Trick as one of your options on a choiced Pokemon, and then when your opponent switches in like a defensive Pokemon to try and stop you, whoops, you've just made them worse than useless because now they're like dead weight that they have to actually try and get rid of. Really good, giving you an option to set up. Amazing move. Is Trick meta defining? I don't think it's that good, but you see it a lot. It's definitely a consideration. You can also trick Sticky Barb to instantly win the game. We all know that Sticky Barb is so good. Snatch should be higher niche. It can be really good with Prankster. It's already faster than Prankster. Trick is a lot better. Oh, yeah, okay. So there's a separate move called Trick or Treat. Don't choose Treat, choose Trick. It's really good. And you also get to feel really smart if Trick goes off correctly. Because you have to predict when you're using it with choice moves. I'm back. Where are we at? We're almost done. We are going to finish before 6 hours for sure. Can you do that? I assume you're talking about Lopunny, Klutz, Trick, Assault Vest, right? I think you can. I'm not sure why you're not just using Mega Lopunny, though. Alright, I think that's it for Trick. We'll at least mention, if you have Klutz, as in if you have Klutz, the ability which negates your item, and your Lopunny, you can actually Trick with Assault Vest. Even though Assault Vest would normally prevent you from using Trick, you can go ahead and give that Assault Vest to a support Pokemon, and then they're really in trouble. But unfortunately to do that, you have to use Lopunny. Whoops. Yeah, Ripperoni Mega Lopunny, which wasn't a joke, but with Megas gone, it sadly is. Alright, Uproar, the favorite move of gamers everywhere, right? We've risen up and we're in an uproar. Pretty much anytime they announce anything for any game, there's going to be an uproar, right? They just released a Sword and Shield trailer. That's not true. They just released a Violet and Scarlet trailer. Was there an uproar about that? Not really. I guess people kind of liked it. I didn't like it. I thought the game looked bad. Filler move. So Uproar actually locks you in. Kind of like Thrash, but unlike Thrash, it doesn't actually do that much damage. That's unfortunate. It has the decent... Well, not decent. It has a unique effect in that it causes an uproar, so I think you actually can't fall asleep. Or no Pokemon on the field can fall asleep while using Uproar, but unfortunately it doesn't actually affect the player, so you might still fall asleep while playing your Pokemon game. Why do I even make Pokemon videos if I don't like Pokemon games? Did they buff it to 90 BP? Maybe. Let's see. Back-end fetch failed. I guess we won't see. Here we go. Oh, they buffed it to 90. That's still really underwhelming. Especially considering it locks you in. Anything else to say about Uproar? Yeah, Bulbapedia has been in trouble recently. It's actually a big problem because I use Bulbapedia to make the assets for my starter analysis, and I can't do that because the site is down. Outrage got buffed to 120. Why not Uproar? I don't know why. I guess because Thrash is already normal type Outrage. I think that's enough for Uproar, right? We're fine. Uproar will get a buff once Game Freak creates the sound type. There aren't even that many sound Pokemon, right? Ah, it's fine. Alright. Maybe I could use Pokemon DB as a substitute? Maybe. Because what I want, like if I look up Faulkner on Pokemon DB, we'll see if that works. Because what I want is I want an image of the gold and silver team that I can make. So like I'll get this, but this doesn't show me their moves, right? That's what I want to see. Maybe if I click Faulkner? No. Yeah, I want to see their moves, and Bulbapedia actually shows you their movesets at the same time. So I sort of have to wait for Bulbapedia to come back up, or I can, I guess I can try and piece it together somehow, some other way. It's going to be really annoying. All right. Where am I? Where's my tier list? Here it is. Okay. No luck with Cerebi? Does Cerebi also show you their teams? Cerebi Faulkner. That might work. Johto, Violet City. Headbutt Pokemon. Show me Faulkner. Oh, I can use this. Can I see their gold silver one? Okay, I can still make it using Cerebi. I want Gen 2. Ah, beautiful. Oh, I can use this. Wait, no, where's the moves? No, it doesn't show you the moves. Okay. I just hope that they fix Bulbapedia. Alright. Back to the moves, because we're almost done here. I'll see if Cerebi has everything listed. Thanks for the tip. Alright. Volt Tackle. The move itself is really good, right? 120 base power, physical electric move. It's the electric type Flare Blitz. Why in the world is this Pikachu exclusive? Luxray weeping. Electivire weeping. Why is this locked to Pikachu? Pikachu sucks. If you're using Pikachu, you're probably using Volt Tackle, but why are you using Pikachu? Oh, because you like it? Pathetic, okay? Pikachu's bad. I guess this is maybe the most represented Pokemon move in Smash because it's Pikachu's Final Smash, right? It's Volt Tackle. Whereas the other Final Smash Pokemon moves, they're not like specific moves, right? Really disappointing. Pikachu basically stole this from every other physical electric type. The only physical electric type who's not too sad about this is Zekrom, right? Because he can still Bolt Strike you. Oh, Incineroar's is a Z move. Okay. Oh, and Mewtwo's Final Smash is Psy Strike. That's true. I remember back in Brawl when they added Pokemon Trainer's Final Smash, it was just cheating. Just to use 3 Pokemon at once. Triple battles didn't exist yet. I'm like, well, you can't do this. I guess other moves that also made it into Smash as Final Smashes. Incineroar's Final Smash is one of his Z moves. I think it's his Z Dark Move. And Mewtwo's Final Smash is Psystrike. I think it's everything. And I think Pokemon Trainer's Final Smash uses Solar Beam, Fire Blast, and Hydro Pump in what was, at the time of release at Brawl, blatant cheating. Because you couldn't actually use 3 Pokemon at once yet. No triple battles. It's Fire Blast, Solar Beam, and Hydro Pump, right? Because it's definitely Fire Blast. It's the Fire Blast shape, and it's a Solar Beam. And I guess the water move could be Hydro Cannon, but I think it's Hydro Pump. Alright. Home stretch, guys. Thankfully not Pokemon Home, which means that we actually will be finishing this, since... What? There's still no home integration for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? Excuse me? Alright. Water Pulse. 60 base power water move with a chance to confuse. Hey, that's fine. Pretty good filler move. Nice. Uh-oh. Diseased. Very reasonable filler move. Very good on Technician Persian with Nasty Plot for some fun gimmicks. Filler, but you're not too upset about it. And the TM means it's pretty widely available. Not bad. And if you have Mega Launcher, it's actually better than Surf, since you actually just get the bonus confusion. Oh, they actually have home integration for BDSP? Great. I guess I can cut that out of the premium then, that I slandered it. Glorified Surf on Mega Launcher Pokemon? I mean, it's better than Surf if you have Mega Launcher, right? Because it's the same base power, and you get to confuse with it as well. Oh, they also have Legends home integration? Great, it only took them 3 hours. Hooray! 3 hours. I mean, 3 hours would have been fine. 3 months, right? More than 3 months. When did Legends came out? End of January, right? It took them like 5 months. Uh-oh. Alright. Weather Ball. The forecast is low staples. So, Weather Ball... if you're not in weather, it sucks. It's 50 base power normal. But if you're in weather, the power doubles to 100. And it also becomes the type of whatever weather you're in. So like Victory Bell, and I think Venusaur also gets this. Gives them some serious firepower, literally firepower in Sun. Really not bad at all. But you have to use this on a weather team. If it's not some sort of weather, this thing sucks. But I mean, if you're running it, you're on a weather team, so it's fine. You can use it on stuff other than cast form. Lots of Pokemon get Weather Ball. Look at this. Look at this distribution. Venusaur gets it. Nice. Ninetales can use it. Stronger than Flamethrower, right? Because you're going to be in the sun because you have Drought. Not bad at all. Abomasnow, you'd probably just use Blizzard, but... Does Pelipper get it? I don't know. Yeah, Weather Ball, I think it's a contender for staples. It's pretty good. Anything else to say about Weather Ball? Really glad that it got to escape the clutches of cast form. We, unfortunately, did not escape the clutches of bot messages. Hang on, I need a Fire-type Weather Ball to defeat this. But a mod did it for me. Thanks, Lord Remium. Alright. Will-O-Wisp. Oh, hang on. Will-O-Wisp. Fire type move. I think 85% accuracy. I think I got buffed. Burns your opponent. Honestly, I think this is meta defining. You could say it's the top of staples, but Will-O-Wisp is everywhere. Ori and the Will-O-Wisp. Really good. If your opponent is a physical attacker, congratulations. They now suck. Unless they have guts, in which case you're going to die. But that's why guts is so good. Will-O-Wisp really good. It got nerfed to 85? It got buffed to 85, right? It was lower than 85. Used to be 100? What? Really? Hang on. No, it got buffed. I was right. Got buffed from 75 to 85. It was never 100. This move existing is a big reason why fire types are better than they would be otherwise, because you can't get burned at all. So if you're a physical fire attacker, just go crazy. You don't have to worry about it. Super good. And this is the only reliable way to inflict a burn, aside from Scald, which, I mean, isn't reliable, but Scald is stupid. Scald is top of minute defining. Will-O-Wisp, super duper good. I approve. Also, pretty cool Japanese name. It's called Onibi. So, Demon Fire. Wow. I can see it in the chat right now. Physical attackers hate this move. Make them burn. Burn with hatred with this one simple trick. 85% of the time. Scald is the best move in the game? I don't know about that, but it is really good. Sugoi, I agree. Do you think Game Freak regrets making Scald? I don't know why it's so strong. It should be like 60 base power. But yeah, the Japanese name of this, Onibi, Demon Fire, is why a bunch of ghosts also get this. So, ghosts and fire types, negating your physical attacks with a spicy Will-O-Wisp. Good move. I think the best move in the game is U-Turn, but after that it's maybe Scald or Knockoff. I think when all is said and done, I think my choice for the single best move in the game would probably be Stealth Rock. I don't think I'm biased. I would probably give it to Stealth Rock if I had to choose only one. And my reasoning for that is that Stealth Rock is probably the most effect you can have on the game in one turn. Because you can use... The most you can do with another move, right, is knock out your opponent, right? 100% damage. But one turn of Stealth Rock does more than 100% damage. And, I mean, the bots are here. If we had Stealth Rock up, we'd reduce the health of that bot by 6%. But even that is good. Because it breaks their sturdy, breaks their sash. I would give it to Stealth Rock. But I think there's a lot of moves you could choose. A lot of bots today. It's kind of weird. Cheese must be popular with the ladies? Let me tell you, I'm not. I think it's enough for Will-O-Wisp. But I'm saying that my eventual pick for best move in the game will probably be Stealth Rock. Oh my goodness. We need to set up entry hazards for sure. What is going on? It's an onslaught. It must be because we have so many viewers, right? How many do we have? We don't even have them. We have like 20. I think? Oh no, we have 50. Why did it show me as 20? Okay. We actually do have a lot of viewers. Wow. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Let's finish these last two moves, because I also have to I have to film IRL stuff for the premium. Alright. When you wish upon a star, get half your health back next turn. I don't know. Wish is pretty good. So what Wish does is, well, there's only one wish you can make. It's to get back 50% of your HP next turn. Now, ordinarily, that would just be worse than instant recovery, right? Because it's my healing and I want it now. But you have to wait a turn for this. It's really not that bad because it has advantages over instant recovery, because getting the recovery next turn, if you don't need it now, is good, because that means if your opponent attacks you, then, well, they didn't do anything because you just heal it off. You can combo it with Protect to make sure you don't die. And the big thing about Wish, which is what makes it, I'd say, an alternative to the instant recovery things instead of just worse, is that you can Wish Pass. So what that means is you activate Wish, and then you can bring in a different Pokemon. And that Pokemon is healed by 50% of the wishing Pokemon's HP. And that can be very useful. So Wish is one of the very few ways you can actually heal your teammates. Very nice. Is this move a dream come true? That's not a wish. Whoops, we messed up. Yeah, you can. There's also an event Blissey that can wish, so a wish from Blissey is a full heal. You can wish on Blissey and then switch into any Pokemon, and assuming they didn't get killed, Wish is going to heal them back up to full. Very good. Anything else to say about Wish? I think that's everything. Max Potion, yeah. Great on Vaporeon, too, yeah. The beefier your HP, the better your Wisp Patches are. Okay. Last move. Guys, we did it. Last move. 6-hour stream. And I woke up at 6, as always, to sort of get these ready, so I'm always using Yawn during these streams, but hopefully you're not. Hopefully you've been entertained. So Yawn, interesting move. It does nothing the turn you selected, but it makes your opponent drowsy. And then next turn, they fall asleep. So this is a 100% accurate sleep move, but it's delayed. It's really annoying. I would say, I don't know. I think I'm actually going to put this at the top of niche, because unfortunately, despite this being a 100% accurate sleep move, it gives your opponent a lot of control. Because I wouldn't quite say it forces a switch. It encourages your opponent to switch, but if they really gotta get their next turn, they still can, right? And that's a big disadvantage. Because they might just say, you know what, I can take the sleep. I'll do it. I'll stay in, I'll use my move, and then I'll fall asleep. Also, the fact that this does nothing the turn you use it is kind of unfortunate. It's a staple, it forces switches, but that's the thing, it doesn't force the switch. Your opponent still has agency, they can still act. They're encouraged to switch. Maybe it's a good idea for them to switch. But if they're in a situation where they have to still attack you, they can. Which is a big downside of Yawn. Yeah, and I just put all of the I just put all of the viewers to sleep next turn. So good thing that we're about to end. But why take the sleep? Well, obviously you don't want to, but you can. I think Memento is better. It's got decent distribution, yeah. I would say Memento forces a switch. Yawn, like, encourages you to switch. Strongly encourages you to switch, but you can still stay in and act if you have to, which is a big downside for Yawn. Anything else to say about Yawn? I don't think it's a staple move. If you're using Yawn and the opponent stays in, you have a guaranteed sleep turn afterwards. I mean, that's true. Is it a sound move? I don't know. I think it is. We can check. Or we can get an error message. Let's see. I think it says up here if it's a sound move, right? Does not make contact. Where does it say if it's a sound move? I think it is a sound move, though, right? We can check if it's blocked by soundproof, right? If we go to soundproof. Or we can get an error message. Okay, here we go. We made it. Nope. So soundproof blocks snore, but it doesn't block yawn. So only half the sleeping combo. Yawn is a guaranteed turn either on the sleeping turn or on the switching turn. It's a really good move, but you paid a move to actually yawn. So you also gave your opponent a move. Baton Pass doesn't pass the drowsy effect? I don't think it does. Just seeing them yawn does it, it's not the sound. It's just kind of weird because the animation has them send the little cloud of yawn over to you, right? It achieves the same effect as Memento, plus it doesn't kill you. I'll accept arguments for yawn being in staples, but I think it's a very significant downside that your opponent has the agency in whether or not they fall asleep. Okay. Is that everything? I think so. So we are... How long does this take us? 5.5 hours. That's not bad. Alright, so now is your chance to make any last minute changes that you would like to. I think that's all she wrote. Did she write anything? I wrote all of this. It's not all she wrote. She's back in the chat sending spam. Mods. What's with all the bots? Does somebody in the chat have magnet pull? Oh no, I opened up my chat window, but I have to scroll through the entire stream first. No. Thank you, mods. Alright. Yeah, Fire Scissor, thank you as always for all of your output. Input. I very rarely accept it, I'm sorry. But I do appreciate the perspective you always provide. As a trick, you should say something now, but put it at the start and only reveal at the trick part. I'm getting tricked. What am I supposed to do? All right, so I think we've done everything we have to. All right, so did I forget anything? Please tell me in the chat if I did. I think we did a premium intro. Do I think camouflage is a bit high? It's the worst move in the game, right? Oh, it's a joke. Okay, sorry. I totally missed that. Feister's a good guy, even if Forecast is still better than Color Change. It was a different guy. Jestin was the one fighting that fight, right? So I think the last thing we'll do is we'll start a poll. No, there's no point in starting a poll about the next tier list because I can just do that on the community page and get more votes. So the last thing I have to do is, I guess, do the premium outro, right? So what do we say? Assist is a fun move. Yeah, we put it fairly up here, right? Refresh should be top of niche? I don't think it's that good. You think it's better than Resile? Gen 4 abilities? I think the next one is going to be an in-game tier list, because we haven't done one for a very long time. It's either going to be an in-game tier list, or it's going to be Japanese Pokemon names tier list. Because that's something we haven't done yet, and I think it'll be really fun. Gen 6 in-game? No. No, not yet. Gen 6 in-game is going to be like 8 hours long. In-game fun bro tier list. Mods. We've banned bots. We might have to do another ban here. How will I do the Japanese Pokemon name tier list? So what I'm planning of doing will be, the top one will be just like names that I like, that I think are really clever. Then it's just going to be like okay names, like they had to have one. Then it's probably going to be literally Japanese, because there's a lot of ones that are literally just Japanese. And then literally English, because a lot of Pokemon names are just literally English words. Like Charmeleon is literally lizard. Lizardo. And there's probably going to be another one for names that are the same in Japanese and English. Because there's some, they just didn't translate it. Like Gyarados is also the Japanese name. But, like, English speakers don't know what that means. Why didn't they change it? Pikachu is also an untranslated Japanese name. It's really cute in Japanese, and I guess it's also cute in English, but it's more cute if you know what Pika and Chu mean. Am I going to do all the Pokemon? Oh, so I guess I never said that. So when I said Japanese Pokemon name tier list, I mean like Gen 1, of course. It's going to be by generation. But that's a conversation for another day. Oh, yeah. So, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar are Ghosts, Ghosto, and Gengar. I don't know what ghost means. I do know what ghost means. Literally ghost. Come on, guys. Yeah. All right. So let me record the premium outro before I forget. And there we go. That is our Generation 3 Pokemon moves tier list. Look at these colors. That was incomplete. All right, so. And there we go. That is our Pokemon Generation 3 moves tier list. Beautiful. Be sure to use follow me, right? Be sure to subscribe, perhaps join the Discord, or evolve into a Patreon. Links in the description. Hope you enjoyed. And again, if you are watching the premium version, which you definitely are if you're hearing this, please subscribe to the Imported Cheese Fresh channel. We really got to get to 1,000 subs for greed purposes, but also for experience purposes, because then we get the emotes. Please helping me. I hope you enjoyed. I guess I forgot camouflage. It's not on the list, but I mean we can edit it in maybe. All right. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and I hope to see you in the next video. That's also part of the premium. It's not the end of the stream. What's Seal's Japanese name? Let's check. Will we succeed on this search? Place your eel. Seal. Powwow. That's cute. Powwow. It's definitely not just seal. Yeah, it's the sound of a barking seal. But it would basically like be naming it Arf Warf. Beedrill's Japanese name, it's just Spear, right? I think the Japanese name tier list will be pretty fun. Hopefully they fix Bulbapedia by whenever we do it. I mean, Arf Warf would be a better name than Seal. See, and somebody in chat literally just said that. Arf Warf would be a better name than Seal. Magmar? Yeah, alright. I won't say what Magmar's Japanese name. You'll have to look it up yourself. It's not, like, inappropriate or anything, but it's pretty dumb. Wharf is a nautical thing, right? Yeah, you're right! Wharf is a nautical thing. It's like a pier. I didn't even know that. Oh, I'm so good. I was literally just trying to do a variation of Arf. I'm so good, guys. Okay. Alright, I think that's everything for this stream. Does everybody have any closing comments they want to add before I actually end? My closing comments are, please subscribe. If for some reason you're in this live stream and you're not subscribed, I don't even know how you found this if you weren't subscribed. But actually, please subscribe. Like, when I say that on the main channel, it doesn't really mean anything. I just want a bigger number. But actually, getting to 1,000 is very important for this. Do a dragon dance? Don't worry. I plan to. That's part of what I'm doing after this. Don't worry. You can have my big dragon dance. If you don't know where that's from, look up Brawl Taunts. He doesn't say dragon dance, though. Snorlax's hoodie is adorable. It's only a hat. Yeah, it's only a hat. Alright. Only 356 subs to go. Not bad at all. Alright, so thank you everybody for being here for the live. And I hope to see you in the dial-up noises, something. The premium edit. Coming... Oh, it's 1 p.m. here. I probably won't be home until like 5, considering what I have to film. It's a fake. It comes right off. Yeah, it's not actually part of my body. It's not like the, what is it? The Kevin the jellyfish catcher hat, where it is actually part of his body. Oh no, somebody knocked off the hat. Yeah, I think I've got to get moving to get this real life stuff done for the premium. And then I'll see you guys in the premium edit, either today, or probably more likely tomorrow, because this is almost 6 hours, so it's going to take at least that long to edit it, probably longer, so tomorrow. Okay, thanks everyone. So there's going to be about 1.5 minutes of end screen, and then the stream itself will end. So thank you everybody for joining, and I hope to see you in the next live, whenever that is. Probably next week. We're going to do more Telefang, since I'm no longer dying. Hooray. Alright, farewell.